Something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
That's that? Yeah, we're live, sir.
Total Spoon to get your information. Total Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Skiddy dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Kua.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Total Spoon to get your information. Total Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia.
And of course, this is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yeah.
You're also listening to us via Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5 FM, and a host of other stations relaying us across Liberia. We're also live on Facebook via Spoon TV Live, Liberia's biggest online TV platform, and also on YouTube on Spoon Talk all across the world. So once again, we love to say welcome to you. We apologize sincerely for coming on at least 32 minutes late. That is because we had to do some technical tweaking. It's better to come on late, which is not a good practice, and have everything in place and ready to have a great show than to come on and then you still have to do technical tweakings. So we do apologize to you. Spoon Talk is on. We've been getting the calls, we've been getting the text messages and all of that. Dwalu, Mr. Dwalu and the people, pleasant night to you.
Well, welcome to the show, man. First and foremost, we want to apologize for the late turn up, but we are here. The Diamond stated earlier, we had some technical difficulties, but please rest assured, we'll give you the best possible outcome we can give you, as we always do, because this is your show. This is about Liberia, and this is about you. So at the end of the day, let's make it work for all of us. And we continue, welcome people to the show, share the show, come on board. Let's talk Liberia across the country. I want to welcome everybody across the country.
So Angeline Quinyon says, I was a bit worried. This goes to tell you how entrenched, Spoon Talk is in the hearts of people. This is no longer a talk show. This is an addiction in a good way,
Absolutely.
that people don't get to hear their show. Even if you're 10, 15 minutes late, you get all of the calls, you get all the text messages. But your favorite show, Spoon Talk, the nation's biggest talk show, is definitely on the way. We on. So tell a friend to tell a friend, as Mr. Dwalu said. Keep sharing the show. Let folks know that the show is on. A lot happening in the country. Trending stories all around Liberia. But the first thing is, you get throat to swallow that kind of GB nut you don't swallow. That is the question. You get throat to swallow the kind of GB nut that you won't swallow. Mr. Dalu, District number 9 representative, Frank Safoko, whether he's bluffing politically, whether he's trying to get some political points, whether he's trying to portray himself as the one who is to replace Akaras Gray in the House of Representatives as the CDC quote-unquote general, but a bill to proffer an impeachment proceeding against the president on grounds that he's proceeding wrongly, according to the District number 9 representative. Mr. Dwalu, may a political bluff, or there's some seriousness to what Representative Frank Safoko said?
That when you began the show, I'm not even going to recognize my people. I'm going to just put Foko in his place very quickly. If you take a pen driver from yesterday and you put him on the highest pedestal in this country, you give him a position as a representative, this little kid believes now he can swallow something that his throat cannot accommodate. Foko, I'll strongly recommend to you continue to take your free paycheck, because I don't know the kind of contributions you're making to that district. Everything you do in the district is to glorify yourself. I will continue to say this to this country. If you take responsible positions and you give it to children in the person of South Foko, this is the nonsense you will hear from him. Who is he? On what grounds is he even making that claim? Look, I'm not even.
But he's a representative.
He's a representative. Look, listen, we put people in the legislature that don't belong there. Foko never belonged in that place. But the people of District number 9, sometimes people say, oh, you're trying a young person. It's not about try and error. What was Foko's accomplishment before you give him a man to represent an entire district of almost 100,000 people? What? We continue to just tour with our country. What Foko is doing in District number 9? What has he done there? What is his vision for the district? Absolutely nothing. But they continue to chant this nonsense about ja and muya. The lunacy that we continue to put forth to lead us is the very reason why we are continuing to go in reverse continuously. I'm not going to speak to Foco because I don't have time for the little boy. But at the end of the day, we bring this on ourselves. That's why the likes of Focus will continue to say nonsense.
Yeah, but
really.
as a certain representative, isn't he, politically in the right standing to say, look, he wants to prefer an impeachment proceeding against the president? He has not come forth with what he termed as proceeding wrongly. We want to see his evidence, but he said two things though. That yes, he will prefer a bill to impeach the president, and secondly, he will want to work with the president if the president proceeds rightly and all of that. But just answer the question. I don't want to call it political grandstanding because that one ain't qualified to be political grandstanding because the other side is not going to, budge because of what you say. But that mere bluff.
I mean, people just continue to chant that CDC Jaja thing. That's all he's doing. He's trying to appease few of his followers or people that are blindly following the CDC agenda. There is no more CDC. There will never be any more CDC in this country. You can daydream all you want. Foco, I'm beginning. You from left on driving pen. Now you representative, you want to be passing around like you know what you're talking about. This is what the country does. I'm being dead serious, Dr. Francine. We take the least capable among us and we put them in the legislature, and now they walk around safe to say they know what they're talking about. Look, that moment, man, I want to talk about that thing talk about different thing here.
Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello. How you doing? What's happening in our country? Are you in this small?
Yeah.
Do.
So, according to my representative, because I reside in district number 9, the way JMB is proceeding, being careful, going through impeachment, and that's that. Yeah.
On what grounds?
Proceeding wrongly, and we want to know. But if he prefers the impeachment bill, we'll know exactly what those wrong, things that the president did that warrants his impeachment, whether or not he's abusing his power, the authority, whatnot. But
impeachment is the word that just threw around when you talked about legislative work.
But Fogo say impeachment. Fogo baby.
But when you say impeachment, you gotta cover some strong legal backing because
a CDC Jaja, Dr. Francine.
About unseating an entire country's president. You're talking about, the civil unrest possible of an entire country. When you take the leader and you say you come to impeach them, all the small noise that can come behind the thing. You better be strong. You gotta be coming with some strong facts.
Yeah. So the commissioners of the LT, they've run to the Supreme Court of Liberia to file a writ of prohibition. Remember, they wrote a letter to the president informing him that he was proceeding again wrongly by naming people to their positions that they already occupying. And so they did go to the Supreme Court and acquired a writ of prohibition. But a conference has been called by the justice in chamber. Let me get the actual rate so that we can call it for the conference. Just a minute, Dr. Richardson. And
I mean, just read your headline. Forget about our great business again. Just read your headline, Jamo. Lead our yeah. Read your headline.
So okay.
You won't put all the people in trouble. You in like bro. Don't follow Dwalu. You in like bro.
Well, I mean,
don't follow Dwalu. Don't follow Dwalu. Dwalu not in like bro. I warning you, my picking. You in like bro. You be putting all
no.
But anytime I'm gonna tell the person you're not in like bro, and that's why I'm gonna tell them.
So it's why you know that spirit.
But you want your job to know that you're in like bro. that one I can't say, man.
Oh God, My job can get a, they can get a reports, they get a document, they get an analysis every day.
And when you're on the phone, don't let it go. Anybody that get Dwalu job, you call Dwalu job, you're telling him in like bro.
My job don't worry about me.
Okay, but you say we should tell the job that you're not in like bro. I'm a Christian, I can't lie. So I
ain't a student, I ain't in America. What are you talking about?
Oh, you in America? Okay.
American soil, right?
Yeah.
Dama, but how you doing, Dama?
Yeah. That question I know you get tape behind, but let me just answer.
You get long tape.
I said today is the 26th. The month will end in 2 or 3 more days. So I just want to mind be careful. Donald Trump can tell you say go do something. We can tell you how you think it is to do X, Y, and Z. So we just warning you, man. But we started late today.
Yeah, some technical problems, but we had to sort them out. The best thing, we're here for the people. In Stanton, I've not recognized my people. I know you're just coming in with all this bombshell about jobs, not recognizing this.
No, I want to keep that. That why you uploading that?
Yeah.
After you get vetted, went to court.
Everybody's
going to court.
How for Mata? Start laughing for Mata. As I encourage in Stanton, Teresa, Benda, how are you doing? Tanu Jala. What's going on, Rebecca? I got my girl Lapu Ziga. Hey Lapu, it's been a minute, man. How you doing, Precious? Satya, Alice Doe. We got Banda Masakwe, Timothy Lugon. Is it Lugon? Yes, Lugon. Banda Masakwe, how are you doing? Casey Mullu, Mary Bowen. Over here, I see Aaron Cole, Nathaniel Honda, Yanni Plays. How are you doing, Yanni? Helen Flomo. I see Loretta O'Marshall. Miss Marshall, how are you doing this afternoon? I see Lieutenant Sharif. I see Morris Taylor. Mr. Taylor Yawala Jala. Fange, how you doing, Mama? What's going on over there with you? I see Robert, the lawyer, Shona. I see Augustine Tama. Hi, Augustine, what's going on? Brother Moba Kamara. Mr. Kamara, what's going on with you, wherever you are? I see Phineas, something about LEC from Phineas CJ. I see Patrick Wise. Mr. Wise, what's going on? Sementi Chie, Kazulu, Yaya Sekuturi, Mr. Turi, what's going on? I see George Carpenton, Thema Apatow, I'm sorry, Oyinto Momo, Momo, what's going on? Siata Temwe, my own Jew, what's going on? Siata, best to the hobby. Over here, I see Abu Tubman, Elizabeth Tubman, Morrison Kennedy, Sumo Kawo, Michael Bakala. How are you, Mr. Bakala? I see Mohammed Ability, Mr. Ability, Ophelius Baker, Junior Simwe, Prince A. Morton, Mr. Morton, what's going on? Thomas Niti Sumowat. I see Pearl Campbell. I see Byron G. Taylor Jr., Mr. Taylor, how you doing? Winfrey Dober, Roosevelt Sako, Moba Timber, Brambu, everybody, man, across the country. You're welcome to the show up in Nima County, up in Mama Gita, Great Gita County, my beloved Grand Bassa County, wherever you are. To my lovely Riverside, the people of Riverside County, everybody share the show. Let's discuss Liberia. It's vitally important for our own upbringing, for our own growth, for everything in this country, because Liberia must matter. Our young men are unemployed. I can't sleep. And we have to get jobs for them. But once again, man, you're welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. Stanton, Dr. Francine, welcome, guys.
Thank you, Dwalu. How are you? Stanton, how are you?
Thank you. We're here. So you starting picking Diamond Checker.
Checker, Diamond, yeah, Diamond relaxing.
I should upload the materials for today. That's what I'm doing.
Thank you, Morris Taylor. Appreciate it. Cleopatra Dwight, how you doing? Cleo, Francis Pia Senior, Kwesi Wallace, Stanton. What are you looking up, man? You looking for some bombshell? Why are you still doing that? Let me get some people from YouTube, because I know YouTubers say we don't recognize that. I got Cole Gloria Moba, Jonathan Morse, Louis S. Fofana, Emma Squee, B.V. Carson, Everybody, man. Y'all can't. Yeah, that's all Liberia. The TA will play this. Stanton, I want to make this point while
But
it's a little hesitation.
why, whenever you calling people name, you refuse to call Robina name? Why?
Let's fix it. That's not true. I'm not gonna give that any kind of
Robina
credence because it's
Famata
not
Louis Vincent. She always follow us. No, she
true.
actually called me and she reported you.
Orange
That's what I'm
Opportunity.
saying.
Yeah.
You always jump over Robina name. So tell us the truth. Number one, you know
Anyway,
Robina
see, I
very
hear
well.
you. Mm.
You know Robina very well. You do. You know her very well. But you always jump over her name. Is there anything personal that we need to know?
God.
I don't recognize A.T. Mba, Kawa Flomo of
But
YouTube as well. Rubina who? You're laughing. He's gonna tell you. Stanton, I want to make sure. I will talk about something. We came a little late today, but I will just briefly mention this because it's very important that we talk about this. It will take some time. Rubina, Mama. Rubina Famata Louis Vincent. Welcome to the show, Mama. Don't mind Stanton, yeah. Yeah, but Rubina's a beautiful woman. By the way, I seen the picture. If this
she
is
doesn't know how to cook that. Only dancers. She doesn't know how to cook. Even pepper soup. Put onion and pepper and put the fish and everything like a ball. That's all. Put small chicken soup and taste it will get better.
we'll get
Robina go
better.
cook. Robina go cook soup with nothing in it. But anyway, move on, Daru. Do your thing.
Yeah. Stanton, there's something happening in this country. Um, the lottery commission all across this country, the so-called betting games, called endorsed betting, winner, whatever they call them, they're everywhere, even children. There is absolutely no regulation. I will talk more about the casinos hopefully tomorrow. Because I have some information I have to share with the country. What they've done, there was a bunch of licenses issued during the break after the elections. Somebody mentioned that my palms are very yellow. I think it's a reflection from the lights. So I know it could be a medical problem if it was completely yellow. It's just a reflection from the light, y'all. It's not really yellow. My palm is perfectly fine. But I want to say this. I don't know who regulates these gaming outfits. These are mostly run by foreigners and government officials have share in these, especially previous government officials under President Weah administration. Most of the gamers that came to this country, every single person, Honorable McGill name was mentioned, two of them, that he actually has share in them. But the gaming are everywhere. All the young people, they just completely gambling. And I want to say this about what that does to our society. Literally, seeded the entire country to this gaming thing, this gambling operation. On every single block in the country, there is this betting thing going on. And as if to say there's absolutely no job in the country. There is no job. So people are hoping to win some money, even though they can already win, but it's give them this illusion. And I hope the Honorable Parker administration, President Parker administration, takes a look at this. And because we have to address some of these issues. We're talking about the drug epidemic across the country. Some of the things that are fueling this is gambling that are going on. Look, the foreigners will bring whatever business that profits them to this country. We are on our obligation to curtail what comes to our country. This is how every country does it. If we don't do this, I mean, you look everywhere. Young men, young women, they're just trying to win big. And you cannot win big because it's predetermined. You're not going to get rich from playing these games. So they're everywhere. Tomorrow, I will tell you more about the casinos across this country, some of the regulations that are going on with the casino. They are all scam. They are scamming millions of US dollars all of our people almost every single week across this country. Who's regulating this? How come all these gamers are just leaving the Middle East? They're leaving Europe. They are pouring into Liberia. This is a very small population, 5.5 million people. But everybody just comes in, register. The lottery agency just gave them a license all over the place. They're everywhere. They're not creating jobs, y'all. They are creating chaos. The total breakdown of our society. Who's regulating them? I don't know who. Stanton.
That's what you're saying?
It's bad, very bad, Dwalu. It can be an addiction, as we well know it. In other parts of the world, it's a serious issue. They have hotline. Is comparable to drug and alcohol addiction. Because I mean, you get a high from winning, and after that, you go low, you get some kind of depression or some kind of anxiety, and it's not helpful. It's not helpful for our young people, especially if you don't have any resources.
No.
So it's not helpful at all. You could lose everything. You could lose your home, your house, and everything.
Yeah, and the other first thing I want to add is this too. What happens is, if somebody by some chance wins a huge sum of money, the lottery would not pay. They will come up with an excuse and say, "Listen, it was a glitch in our system," and there's nothing you can do. You can go to a lawyer, and the judicial system here does not work. Nobody's going to protect you. I mean, these games are not helping Liberia. They are heavily, heavily harming the society. It's akin to addiction. You are absolutely right. A drug addiction.
Yes.
Depression, suicidal thoughts, and people losing everything, their rent money, and they're everywhere, literally everywhere.
So, brother, tell me about that, because is it like numbers, like how the people, how we
What
can...
they do is, I mean, there's a ton. Minister Asido, welcome to the show. On the previous administration, what they did was they just pulled this game for anybody who had connection with the government. For example, just pull these games into the country. And during that time, even right now, the Boulevard Palace Hotel, under President Weah, if that hotel was not full 100%, you could not go to any hotel in the city. The owner of the hotel will literally call President Weah himself to discourage, to tell you, listen, you have to leave. Every government official had to go to Boulevard Palace Hotel and stay there. You couldn't go to any other hotel. They're breaking. So these guys will come into the country. They monopolize everything. So the way the game work is, there's a bunch of football games going on in the country. So they're football. Football is the primary one, right? And they expect these kids to bid on them. These young men and young women to bid on them. So they are bidding thousands of US dollars across the country. They're bidding, and these guys are just getting super rich over Liberia, and little benefits going to the government. It's not. I don't think it's adequately regulated. They pay a simple fee to the lottery, and then they do their own thing outside. Nobody regulates them, and they are entirely almost 100% owned by foreigners. The portion that are owned by Liberians are female government officials who have shares in them, and they just push it everywhere.
Well, so part of the regulation should include an age limit, because
there's no age limit.
Because you can't start, messing with the minds of young kids and having them addicted to gambling at an early age. You should be adult and responsible people, making a choice if you want to use your money in that way or not, or use somebody else's money. But so that's the first regulation, and there should be certain places, games that you should do.
No.
All right.
Anywhere and everywhere. I'm not exaggerating. Isaac can attest to this. They ain't coming. It is everywhere. In fact, I don't know where Isaac lives, but I can guarantee you.
We're discussing when you share your document with us, right? And when you share your document with us, we discuss it in this fullness. Right now, you're just saying something passing, right? Right,
Yeah.
So because I have some document that the outgoing government received $100,000 to give lottery license to some group. I have that document.
That's
but
true.
Because of the so many stories, I have the full document with me, and I will put it in the chat room for you guys to take a look, and then we can move ahead and have a time to discuss it. But we got a lot of stuff happening. We want to welcome you, former Deputy Minister Isaac Doe, Dr. Francine Special Chinua Richardson, welcome. Mr. Duarte, welcome. The rest of the team will be joining us shortly. We're going to talk about this video that's going now. Is this video legit? When Joseph Yeman Boyka met, the video showing that he met Alan White to talk about war and economic crime court, commitments were made. We want to play that video. We want to share that video. Listen, we cannot tell you today that video is real, but we have to play. And anybody out there from the government or outside of the government can let us know whether this video is legit, whether they can validate this video. We see in the video President Boyka and Alan White sitting side by side, and they are discussing war and economic crime court. We're going to play for our listening audience. We want to say share our program. We're going to talk about that video, the importance of that video, if it is true. We also want to say to every one of you listening to us, what's going on with different issues in the country. We know that George Manawea will be returning to Liberia today after so many years out of the country. He will be coming back this week. He will be coming back to Liberia this week after chasing all the pigeons and so many years out of the country. Well, we're going to discuss it. We're also going to discuss what is happening with LDC. What is the precedent, the government position on LDC? Now, the government has to make a statement. You need to let the Liberian people know where you are. What this president and his administration, what are they doing? If you will keep money captain, it's up to you, but let the Liberian people know. If the Liberian people will stay on heat and no electricity for the rest of the 6 years, let the Liberian people know. If there's any change coming, Liberians must know. But for the president to meet the leadership of LDC and say nothing whatsoever, it is concerning. And on the conversation tonight is Bushiman Keita, the legal advisor to the president. Some remarks he made, I want to dig into it and see whether it's unique, whether he's doing the bidding of the president. So we got 2 videos we'll be sharing with you. And we got the list from the foreign ministry. In the last 6 months of President Weah government, not 6 months, because election came November 14. But the CDC government put over 100 people, stuck them, and sent them out on the mission. We got a list of those individuals that George Weah sent out of the country to be on the foreign mission. I mean, is it legit? Was it a good thing for him to do? We got so many conversations coming your way today. It would be intense. It would be unique. And we just want you to sit and enjoy it. We're going to open the phone up very early because we want to hear from the Liberian people. Where are you? So looking on the document today for our show, maybe some of the guys have their own 2 cents to add. But looking on what we have today, what actually happened at the University of Liberia campus today? What actually happened? Protests, who they beat. Now, it's a serious argument. Who is strangulating the Joseph Yeman Boakai government with a little over 1 month? Who got the name on the neck of appointments? Guys, like we always said to you, Spoon Talk will be unique. Most of all, LTA and all the tenure staff, everybody that have tenure, they went to the court. The court put a stay on appointments. They went to the court. We got the document. They said rate of prohibition. They say, you know what? We tired. Let the president tell what he's doing. Can you remove them? So Yusuf Kaba say, yo, hold on. I want to see everybody on the 28th, 2 days from now. We'll share that story with you. That's where I am. I don't know where you are. Mr. Eduardo, you go first. Dr. Richardson and I said, we're going to jump into this thing. Our people are waiting for us. It's getting crazy, folks. The President Joseph Yeman Boakai, need to take a position on LDC and take a position because people are dying. You want to keep money captain and his staff that are making over $100,000 every month? Keep him, if that's what you want. But giving the people no electricity, tell the Liberian people. Say something, Mr. Eduardo.
Senator, if you remember a few weeks ago, my people said I was super dark. They said, Eduardo, you're getting too blau. That's because no LCO. That's more here in the country. You get air conditioning, but you pay for a current bill, you can get it. But I want to say something about the tenure position. Stanton, this is important. The ombudsman has not been appointed. We've not done that for almost, I think, 8 years now since the legislation was passed regarding the ombudsman. Look, I continue to say this. The issue about running a government, there must be consistency in the application of the guidelines of the institutions that govern that entity. If we're not following the guidelines continuously, everybody that comes to power is going to do their own stuff. Everybody that comes to power believe they have a cash blank movement to do whatever they want and appoint whomever they want. If you remember, President Weah was removing tenure positions with total impunity. People allowed to slide. We set precedents in this country, and there are times when our presidents come back to hunt us, and then we want to shy away from it. Is that a justification for the removal of tenure position? I remain firm on this position. If somebody is tenured by legislation, by law, we should honor those tenure. And we should hold them responsible if they go outside the confines of the tenure. If a tenure position said you cannot go campaign while you're in the tenure position, if you campaign openly, as most of these guys did, they should be removed, but through the legal means, not necessarily just by the appointment, through legality. It is important because you want order in society. Look, no society has ever grown on this planet when there is absolutely no order. If you run government arbitrarily as one sees fit, guess what, Stanton? The chaos always ensue. This is what you see going on right now with the issue of tenure and some of these appointments. I don't support the removal of tenure position illegally. But what I do support, if a tenure position usurp his function and start campaigning for another president because he or she believes in our president, they should not be serving in a tenure position. I'm clear on that. Brother Hase, to Dr. Frankson, you guys.
So you want us? I was just asking for your intro. Don't we take it topic by topic? Dr. Richardson, you go. Then we'll bring in Hase, please.
So the issue of tenure, as we understood it from the lawyer that was on here a couple of days ago, he said that there's a lot of variations in the contract. Some of the contract asks for consultation with the Senate, and some of them they don't. I believe that they should be reviewed, and then if there are causalities for removing a person, then you should do that. Tenure doesn't mean that you got your job, but you can just stay there for the rest of your life and you don't, you do whatever you want to do. No, you have to be productive. And that's my thing. It's for productivity. We ain't got that kind of time like Bro to say, oh, we can wait and see if this person will be productive. Not his story. Look at the person past. What have they done in their position? So if they have not done anything, then there's no question. Let them go. Because the best behavior or future behavior is past behavior. If they have not done anything in the past, they're not going to do anything if we keep them there. So let's just let them go. I don't even know. I mean, I like the whole lawsuit issue. Let them go and talk it out, but it's a waste of a little bit of a time for me. When it comes to the president, as he campaigned, President Buckeye committed to the TRC. So I'm very interested in that video that's passing around. I didn't see it yet, but he did say that he was going to bring in the TRC. So let's see. I know in one of his speeches or that he was campaigning, I'm waiting to see how all of that is going to unfold, how he's going to introduce that. So those are my two thoughts that I have for now.
Thank you. Asidon. Isaac, are you with us?
Yeah, sure. I'm with you. Thank you. And it's always great being back. I know last week I was saying fully on, but we got this lockdown. For the sake of our people in our country, we'll always be here. Dr. Richardson, nice to see you. My brother Duadu, CEO, and the rest of the people will be coming. And let's also say hi to our listening audience. And of course, you've basically mentioned all. As we go on, we will be sharing our own this issue. But before those few things that maybe you did not put on, came off my mind. One is the issue of impeachment proceeding that is floating around Liberia. I'm very sure we get into that as well. Lawmakers are floating the ideas around due to issues that they see. We'll be very glad to give our own thoughts on that. I know for a fact, too, that the Minister of State should be at the legislature tomorrow, providing information on the president's very secret trip to Ghana. Hopefully, we get more from there. And we are also still, though people say it's still early, well, we want to go with them. But we are still waiting for any information on the issue of harmonization cancellation that would then lead to increase of civil servant salary, although some of the civil servants have not gotten their salary from January yet, and February is coming to an end. We hope we can talk more on that. And lastly, in the news on sanctions as well, we know and we can confirm of issues surrounding sanctions. Those are things we'll be talking about, but it's nice to be there.
Thank you very much, guys. So the one of the things I like us to discuss is the issue of we'll talk about all the other stuff. I want us to hold the clip later.
Internet.
I want us to really go into this and put this to rights. Dwalu, let me come to you because you were moving further. Some time ago, President Bwaka met the leadership of LDC. Can you hear us? Asa, you saying something?
I think he was not talking to you, Stanton.
Yeah, let me try to mute him before. I said, can you hear us? All right. So I think that's the internet. Dwalu, talk to us, Dwalu. The issue about LDC and where we are right now. Let us know. Let the country know. And this is to the leadership right now. Let the country know where you are with LDC. Is it a bad question to ask or statement to make? Can we hear from this government the position on LDC, Dwalu?
Stanton, the primary duty of government is to cater to the needs and the aspirations of the people. Dr. Francine mentioned something here, and let's not forget about this. It's about producing for the people. Whatever space you occupy, that space must reflect the remuneration or the allocations of budget to your entity, and you have to produce for the people. Let's talk about LDC specifically. LDC have a duty to provide electrification for this country. You know, I hear when people say, you know, we just left from war. It's been over 30 years. 30 years. You can build a 600 megawatt dam in this country in the span of 2 years. We've not done it. We've kept one man at LDC for God knows how long, and he's not producing, but nobody's supposed to talk about it. We are so muted about the issues that are affecting Liberian citizens, and nobody's supposed to talk about it because you don't want to anger somebody. You don't want somebody to feel bad while our children die. You don't want somebody to feel bad when our old folks die, where young men cannot get jobs and our daughters becoming prostitutes, but you don't want to talk about it because you don't want somebody to feel bad. Is Monica Tan producing for the Liberian people? This is a question I want people to answer. Is he producing in his capacity as the director of LEC? Is he producing for the Liberian people? The answer is only equivocal. No, he's not producing. Why keep him there? Why not talk about it? If he's producing, let him stay. I could care if my lights are on, whoever is producing that light, I don't care about him, but I just want my lights on. If I pay my money. Look, if something is affecting a Liberian citizen negatively, we must speak about it. Nothing changes if it is not spoken about. We cannot continue to keep quiet after 177 years. How would this country change or develop? I read a beautiful piece today by my brother Samuel Jackson. A brilliant piece. In fact, the piece spoke exactly to the article that I'm working on. It's called While Liberia Continues to Fail. We've made calculated decisions to keep Liberia in its rut, in its place of nothingness, in its backwardness, because we refuse to gauge production. I don't care if you're Minister of Commerce. There are job requirements to the Ministry of Commerce. If they're removed, this is not something about job. Let me tell you something, Senator, before I give it to Dr. Francine. At the level of a director, of an assistant minister, deputy minister, and a minister and above, including representatives and senator, these are legacy positions. This is not a place for a job. These are not places you go earn a living. When you occupy in that space, you have attained certain socioeconomic standing. It's not about job at the level of a director. It's about legacy. It's about production. If you cannot do that, step aside because people's lives are at stake. Dr. Francine.
So every time I think about LEC, I think about someone making 17,000 plus a month. Think about that. 17,000 plus a month. I don't know where in the world that someone can just make that money with a government subsidy, a government agency. And then I think about the poor children that are selling the street just to make ends meet, but yet we have someone in our country making 17,000 plus a month, and yet we say we don't have any money. I think about the civil servants who have been struggling on and off their payment. At the end of the month, they get paid. So, in fact, the previous government took their away their money in the name of harmonization. But yet, and still, somebody is making 17,000 plus a month in our country. I wanted to sing in. I really that has been giving me nightmares. I'm telling you. We talk about productivity. Nowhere in the world you will make 17,000 a month without being productive, without without even without telling people what you're doing, okay, and how you're doing it. People are complaining every day. So to me, that's a number one sign. Even if one person, we have this thing in education. Even if one person complains, you're not doing a good job. Because nobody can even ask, even if one person asks a stupid question, you need to answer that because no question is stupid. Because you don't know how many other persons are complaining. Just because they didn't complain, that doesn't mean everything is okay. Everybody's complaining about electricity in Liberia, so there's a problem. Seriously, it's a problem. And I mean, for us to keep somebody there, for what reason? I really want to know the reason. I mean, it's just not only, it's like everything, how they collect their payment. People are complaining. We're not getting electricity. They pay, the electricity not coming. Then in the world, they have new ways of generating electricity. The solar farm in which our country is ripe for. Solar farm. You can put so many, I mean, I just read, I think it's in Mexico. They just had install like the largest solar farm to generate energy. There's the windmill project, and yet instead we don't even have none. Compare the amount of electricity the countries around us, Guinea, and how much they spent on their electricity. Ghana and other places, Sierra Leone, other places, how much they have they spent for the amount of electricity they're getting. And here we are, $17,500 a month is kind of what sticks with me right now. 17,500. And I don't want to get an argument about, it's been paid by UN or somebody else. 17,500. You think about that, Liberians.
Oh, thank you very much. Minister Doe, can you come in, please?
Yeah. Stanton, we have talked about this LEC issue for over 2 billion years now, and we are where we are today. And as I've said before, it's going to be consistent with what I will say it again. Let me go back to remind all of us that Liberia has one elected president. The country's responsibility is just on the shoulder of that one president. In my mind, I want to think on if Monica Khan, I understand one of the best things we want to do is to look for a scapegoat to put the problems on. When we all know for a fact that the problem is one person's problem, and that person is the president of our country. So if I want to think, if Monica Khan resigns this night, if he resigns or he leaves the job, will there be LEC tomorrow? Will there be LEC the after tomorrow? Money Captain is implementing the government's agenda on LEC. What have the government told us of their plans to solve the issues in the short term or in the long term? Day one, they said the government was day one. Day two, they said it was day two. 1 week, they said 1 week. 2 weeks, they said 2 weeks. Now we are going to month 2. We are here discussing the same old thing when government did not come to power with any plans to solve anything. This is what I've said. And just to end, in my mind, this country does not need any leader of government that comes to tell us about the problems. We do know the problems. What we need are people who will come to fix the problems. The rescue mission told us they will get this country running from day one. How much more will the government tell the Liberian people what will be or is their plan solving that problem in the short term, in the long term? We can sit here for all we want and ask Money Captain If Money Captain resigns today, there will be no LEC tomorrow. There will be no LEC day after tomorrow. They plan up the government with great or sustainable path in ensuring that problem is solved. And as of today, I think the president and the government came to power for the issue of let's go and see what is there. But they had no plan in solving any of these things. And everyone is feeling the pinch.
Thank you very much, Isidore. Welcome to the show, Prince Maxwell. Prince, we are discussing this LDC issue. I have a firm position. I really don't care who take over LDC, but I think it is unfair to the Liberian people that we always sit here and the president and this government fail to tell the Liberian people where they are. Like we're speaking, Isidore went in darkness again. LDC left. So he
I will
will do
be in
the
this
show
darkness until the show ends. I will be in this darkness today until the show ends. Today, no leg coming on here.
Prince, how can let's say this, guys. 5 days ago, 5 days. This is from the Executive Mansion website. You people can go check it out. President Bwaka met with LDC and partners, expressed the need for improving electricity generation and distribution for the Liberian people. He met Buddy Captain. President Bwaka, Yombli Kanga Lawrence, the pro tem, and the rest of them, as you can see. Is this enough of a message that you can give to Liberian people, like folks in darkness right now who will play those videos? Is this enough? 5 days. What is the government position when you talk about LDC? Prince Maxwell.
Yeah. You are
frozen. You are frozen.
Yes. Let me come back. Come right back.
Go ahead, do your thing. So Duadu, and all what we asking, right? Because I can say this thing over and over. The COO of Money Captain make $26,000. Ask them for the payment, how much each person make. $26,000. Money Captain have 12 executive members. If I say 12 executive, those people up there, if you put all the salary together, it's over 100,000 every month. That's the Liberian people money. Forget the argument that it's World Bank, because we must pay it back. That's Liberian people money, over $100,000. Money Captain and his 12 disciples make over 100,000.
Stanton.
But let me learn with this. I beg you, Dwalo. Let me learn with this. Liberians need to hear this. This is on the president. This is on the pro tem Yombli. This will be on senators and the vice president Jeremiah Kwankun. What they know they are not telling the Liberian people. The Liberian people want to hear, want to see. And for us to understand, we need to go all in. Our guys are on the street right now as we speak, total darkness. But here we go, 5 days ago, President Bwaka is in photo with LDC team. He's on the photo and he just said the president met them. Is that enough of a statement? Duadu, what are we doing this to Liberia? This will haunt those leaders that will come after President Bwaka, like Jeremiah Kuhn, like Yombli Kanga Lawrence, like every one of them, because we are hearing that some of them they are defending Money Captain and LDC. Who defending Money Captain? Can they put up a statement? Can we know the position of Jeremiah Kwankun, the vice president? Can the Liberian understand the position of Yombli Kanga Lawrence? Because as you can see, she's in the photo. And these are people that we champion. Make no mistake. But while they enjoy their electricity at home, their generator on fuel at home, the people are in total darkness. And the government have not put him out any statement as to why you want to keep him. It's up to you. They're going to bring $1.2 billion ship on the water and get you those lies from Chastity time. Hey, Mr. Duadu, what's going on?
Stanton, I was fortunate today to speak to over 100 electricians. I was actually at the LEC office today, a bunch of young men at that location, and we had a conversation today. about the neglect that they're experiencing. Most of the guys are trained electricians; they cannot even look to them. But I want to respond to my brother Axel. It was something he said. He said, "If you remove money captain today, will LEC problem be solved today?" My response to my brother would be, "Come on, let's stop that." Money captain has been somewhere for a very long time. There is nobody who expects that on day one, if he's removed, the problem is going to be solved. The argument being made is he's been in that position for some time. What are the solutions he's provided in order to provide light or electrification for the country? It's not about a one-day thing, Brother Jackson. Brother Doe. It's not a one-day thing. Nobody expects to go ahead and go to say Jenny's job one day and I solve all the problem. This is not what we are suggesting. What we are saying is we expect, given the length of time that he stayed there, there should be sufficient solutions to that problem. Where are the solutions? Where the electrification? You know, these guys are entirely removed from the everyday hardship of the Liberian people, and they think everything is well in the country. Everything is not well. As he lives in this country, he understands completely what I'm saying here. It is chaotic. Your food spoiled every day. There is no power of any kind. You can put $50 on your meter and you will get no power. But yet and still, LEC takes the money. They take your money, they don't provide your services for you. Look, the Ivorians are supplying sufficient electricity to electrify the entire country 24/7, 365 days a year. But we are not building the distribution network adequately and fast enough to be able to get power to our people. What has Mr. Captain been doing? It's not about him losing a job. Nobody's entitled to government job. We have to stop this. You cannot produce, you step aside or you get removed. I don't know how hard for people to comprehend this. Center.
Yeah, before thank you, Eduardo. Before we break in, let's welcome Fatima, Glendy. Again, Prince, thank you for joining us. We're gonna have a part 4 show today. We got a lot of stuff happening here, and we got to discuss it with our fear, with our favor. And I think the Liberian people need to know and know like yesterday. We need a position. We need to hear from the government, not just a passing by flyer. Say yes, we met Money Captain and his 12 disciples. When the captain have 12 members on his team that make over $100,000 every month, they make that money. Every month they make that money. Okay, and the president, they released from the executive mansion, say, well, Bwaka met them. President Bwaka met them, expressed the need for improving. Why would President Bwaka allow people to put this thing out? Express the need of improving electricity since Chancellor term when the captain been around. Since Madam Sadi time, he worked on the MCC compact. Joe Weah time, he been there forever. That today we should what? Express need for improving electricity generation and distribution. It will not happen. Who is allowing Money Captain? Who is asking the president that Money Captain should be there? Or is it the president decision? Can we hear from the vice president? Can we hear from those senators like the pro tem and people that are responsible that fall under this entity SOE a problem? A lot of money is going out, folks. The COO is making $26,000 or more. You can go on the website. We are funding it to share with you. And that today we must talk about expressing need for improving electricity. I don't know who wrote this thing. Liberian people are impatient. We are expressing that need 2,000 years ago. We don't need to express another need. If President Joseph Yeman Bwaka, if that's his decision to keep Money Captain, because people around him asking him to, he should keep Money Captain. But we should have that on paper. Money Captain went after this meeting, and this is why we're bringing it up. Money Captain went and tell people that the president have expressed confidence in him. The president said he will stay there, and the president expects him to do better. If this is the case, is this the change that people fought for, to be in darkness 24/7? Let me bring in Prince Maxwell, Fatima Salif, and Glenny. But we will remain with this story because Liberia deserves better. This issue about LDC, I care less whether Joseph Bwaka keep him. That's the president's prerogative. I care less whether they bring in somebody else, so be it. But the people of Liberia deserve better, and they deserve it like yesterday. Look at this picture. You're all comfortably sitting down. I don't know if Yombly is making the case for Money Captain, but you can see My own senator, the pro tem, is in the picture. They are smiling. The only person that is not smiling deeply is President Boakai. What's the message is he giving the Liberian people? Are you keeping money Katem, or are you cutting him loose? What's the message? How long will the people suffer in darkness? That's not the change we fought for. What is going on? Is Yomri Kanga asking the president to keep money Katem? Is Jeremiah Kuhn asking the president to keep money Katem? Is Sylvester Grisby asking the president to keep money Katem? Who is asking President Joseph Yema Boakai to keep money Katem? We'll let you know. Prince Maxwell, your take.
Yeah, Stanton. I mean, this is a great opportunity to engage this issue. You asked what the message is. I think the message I mean, I have a different view on this because I take things differently. I look at things differently from a different perspective. So please bear with me. You may agree with me or disagree with me, but understand that I'm looking at things differently. I think the message the president is trying to send is a message of steady leadership. And I know that right now, a lot of people are up in arms about this because this is one of the services, public service, that is directly affecting Liberian people in their homes, in schools, in hospitals, in ministries, agencies, churches, mosques, and everywhere. They need electricity. In 2013, there was a constraint analysis done on Liberia, and the binding constraint for Liberia at that point in time, one of it was electricity. Now, why is it electricity was very, very important? Because for two critical reasons, the economy and security. We know that electricity provides security and electricity helps the economy improves for investment, for manufacturing, for production, and everything else. Now, with that being said, those that are around the president, including his excellency, let me use the word, his excellency, Moni Kaptan, because he was the former minister of foreign affairs before, understands this. Now, we are in a new dimension of Liberian democracy. At this pivotal moment, the Liberian people will expect all of the learned individuals in Liberia to be on top of their game, to be able to provide public services and private services for Liberian people. Those public goods and services will have to be at the utmost capable to help the Liberian people move the country going forward. Now, I don't think the president right now is very interested in running to hasty decision. If we know President Boakai has been a very careful decision maker. Not only that, I think he's the president of second chance. He loves to give people the opportunity for them to break their own neck by giving them the second chance to prove themselves. So I think he's doing that in this case. Now, for the matter of emergency electricity, electrification, Liberian people will be unhappy. To even hear me say they'll be unhappy. But I think we should give the president an opportunity to watch what was the outcome of this meeting. Now, Stanley, I do agree with you on this point, that there must have been or should be a position statement out of that meeting going to Liberian people of what was discussed and what President Boakai was able to mandate His Excellency Moni Kaptan, to the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, to do in this case, because holding on to that information is creating confusion for Liberian people on what the next steps will be. So I think that should be done. I think it's rational. I think it's prudent. But in terms of the idea of firing, removal, dismissal, I think President Boakai is the president of second chances. He takes his time to make decisions. And at some point, it will come to a head where he's going to be clear on putting a hammer down on this issue.
Thank you very much, Prince. Fatima?
Well, I think, as we all know, we came to rescue Liberia. And, people are not wanting to hear excuses. People are in darkness and they just want light, period. And like Duado said, and I totally agree, I keep saying that no one in this entire world is indispensable. There are other people who can do the job if you cannot. If you cannot find ways around this to make the Liberian people happy, I mean, LEC was not built on your father's farm, nor was it built for you. If you're not able to give our people the needed electricity that they need, you should leave. I mean, it's simple as that. The job was not made to be, Mr. Captains. So if he's not doing well for our people, I mean, electricity is a national security issue, my people. Who would want to come to the country when there is total darkness? I don't know, think if people are seeing that. Electricity is also an issue because as I was just hearing that people are running away, escaping from prisons because of total darkness. I mean, think about it. Our people's future are at stake. Stop the excuses. We've always had rainy season, we've always had dry season. You have to make sure you are compensating for the dry season when you know the water levels will go down, period. There are a lot of alternative energy sources, my people. We can't just be saying, oh, the water dry, so no current. No. When we have enough rain, that is the time where our people need to make sure that they are investing into those other alternative energy and preserving energy so that when there is dry season, our people can have current. That shouldn't be, people should not be sleeping in darkness. That's where criminals come out. That's where bad things happen. How will you attract investors into the nation when, of course, it's dark in there? So I'm asking the president, whatever, you know, conversations going back, he promised that he was going to put the Liberian people first. I tell everybody I'm loyal to Liberia, not to any one individual. So he said he was going to put the Liberian people first. Mr. Captain was not built and born with LEC. If he's not doing the job, he's not able to attract alternative energy sources where everybody in the world is attracting alternative energy sources. Well, then I think the president should let him go and find somebody who is able to do the job and do it and please the Liberian people. Right now, we are here to defend the Liberian people, to make sure that our needs are met. We promise to come and rescue them from the government that was ill-equipped and unable to care for them. And so we should be doing our job and stop making excuses. So that's what I think.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Glendy. Glendy, welcome.
Welcome. Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. I think it's a bit discouraging that the government will continue to want to almost ignore the plights of the Liberian people. We have to be balanced in our approach. We have to be fair. I hear the diplomat Prince is trying to make it sound as beautiful as he can, but this is a serious matter. Whether the president is trying to have a stable country or create stability, whatever he's trying to do, this is a pandemic, I would term it. If we have Liberians in darkness consistently, almost on a daily basis, what should they do for it to attract the interest of the president and the government? This is wrong. I mean, there's no way we can there's no way we can cover this up. The evidence is there. They're in darkness. And then to see, it's like you're saying, Stanton, to see them taking pictures and acting like everything is all rosy when the ordinary people are suffering, people cooking their food and nowhere to store it. And just the heat, even for those who can afford the electricity. What about those who cannot afford it? I don't think this is the time for them to be playing democracy or saying, okay, we want to make sure things are stable, or it's okay for us to negotiate with Qatar or keep the people who's in there. They have the record. They have the direct record that they can look back at. They can look back 3 months and see whether there's been progression or whether there's been improvement or decline, and make a decision that caters to the Liberian people. This is the problem. When they don't act now, and the Liberian people get upset and want to do a strike or protest, then we want to call them to a meeting. It's been going on for a long time. The government should act, and it's just that simple. There's no way to sugarcoat it. If you can't do the job, find people that can do the job. I'm sure there are a lot of electricians, electrical engineers around who can do the job. People have come here and given suggestions on how it should be done. We're not saying we're against what money campaign is or what his qualification is. What I'm saying is that if we have somebody who LEC as a whole has shown this level of incompetence, it's now time to change. It's no time to keep them in power or keep them there because they're not doing the job. That's how I feel.
And thank you very much. And again, we'll do 30 seconds because I think I was saying Isaac and Eduardo was shaking their head and wanted to say something. But let's face it, folks. It's important It's not about taking side. Forget about taking side. Go bring Peter Paul, whoever her name is, or name it, keep money captain. But all the Liberian people asking, they want to see the position of President Joseph Yima Boakai government. The people ask for a change. Don't tell me it's little over 1 month. You knew about LDC before you took over. I'm not kidding here. With Big John Manor, we are on the LDC document business. So it shouldn't be that we got to go now back to the drawing board, back to somebody. And you know, I said, though, we beat on us and say, oh, the demo, can you pull that thing up? I send you demo, please put it up. And I said, though, we come and say, oh, you know what? This is on Boakai, don't put it on money captain. Well, that I said, though, on an argument. But my argument, Mr. Eduardo, my argument here is for the president, the leadership, to come up with a comprehensive statement as to why they will keep money captain if they decide to keep him, or why they are not keeping him if they think that he's not performing well, and see the way forward. 5 days, they had this meeting, and all of them smiling. And we start talking about expressing the need for improving electricity. Didn't you know that 5 years ago? Generation and distribution for the Liberian people. Didn't you know that 5 years ago? What was our message on this LDC issue? Why should we sit in Ireland? We are boo-boo. Why should we sit as Liberian when money captain was serving as a consultant? He was making $250,000. Everybody else making money. It's like a cash cow. You go there, you eat your own, the person eat their own. And who suffer? The students suffer. The healthcare workers suffer. The patients suffer. Investors suffer. Consultant for technical design and preparation for bidding, $100,000. Consultant for environmental and social impact assessment, $200,000. Consultant for preparation of resettlement action plan, $200,000. Now look at all the money there that running through LEC. All the money. Liberia got to pay for this money. And listen, guys, listen. I will rest on this, Eduardo. I know you're coming in. Consultancy for management services, $8 million. These people are running with what you call a cash cow operation, a pure cartel-based operation. But people will go to President Boakai and say, it's okay. Keep him. Give him time. He got 1 year to his contract. Why are we doing this to our people? Why our people must suffer just to enrich one group of people? This is not fair. We beat on George Manor. We are the virtue to power. Is this how you're going to pay the Liberian people? Look at the grand total. 12.4 million United States dollars. That's every year. And Liberia must pay this money. So you want to come and say, well, why you? No. I care less if money captain there. Understand me, my people. I care less. What I'm saying here is for the Liberian people. It's not. It got nothing to do with whether money captain there or he not there. I want the president, our own president, should come up with a statement and tell the Liberian people why he keeping money captain or why he's not keeping money captain. How can the Liberian people get electricity? Period. Let's welcome Abula Mohammed. Do I look at me? Then we bring in Mohammed.
Stanton, let me say this to Liberian people. Y'all listen to me. The consultant fees that LEC has paid every single year, the $12 million, it is sufficient to build a solar farm in Kakata to electrify the entire city for 30 years. Let me repeat. The $12 million that they pay every year for consulting are basically doing absolutely nothing. We are not being, look, my issue isn't about who runs LEC. I don't care about who runs
exactly.
LEC. What I do care about is provision of service to the Liberian people. If the provision of service is not coming, LEC is not doing its job. Whoever runs LEC, we have a problem with him or her because they are not providing service to the Liberian people. Just stop making this nonsense about Mr. Captain. I don't care. I just want services provided to the Liberian people. If you're not providing those services, step aside or be removed. Instead, I do agree with you. The president has a duty, and that duty is to the people. If that duty is not being served, then I believe there is some dereliction here that should be spoken about. Look, Stanton, if you're in the country, the kind of he are talking about, I'll sleep with 3 BB towel.
Amen.
Every hour, 1 towel get wet. I am not exaggerating.
So you sleep alone?
Hey, see trouble. Now who you should sleep with, and then what like that? Don't gonna put him in it.
You may continue, Dwalo. You may continue, please.
Oh God, maybe welcome to the show, brother.
Maybe before Abdullahi comes in, if I may take a second.
Go ahead, Mr. Doe.
Yeah, thank you. I know, CEO. It's a good thing that we've all come to the same point that some of us have said over and over. And like I've always said, we will always come up to the point that are real for the Liberian people, no matter how you decide to play politics. I know you said it is good for the president to come and give a statement. No, CEO, we don't want statement. We want solutions, not statement. We have heard statements in Liberia. Before the free slave too, there were statements. What we want is solution, not statement. And let me just say this for a bit. The reason why I know I have correctly said, and I will say in 6 years, that President Boakai bears the responsibility of this country. Looking at President, say, oh, let's go here. Once upon a time in Liberia, there was no fuel, there was no gas at the gas station. I have said it to our own citizen government that you don't play politics of the economy. It will eventually show its face. So if there is no fuel, no gas, you can't come and toss it there is fuel and gas. The people will not get gas to the gas station. When that time came, almost everybody knows about it. There was no fuel, no gas anyway. President Weah did not come to blame the FPRC boss day and night that the FPRC boss didn't know anything. He ordered the finance minister to ensure tankers got on its way quickly to Freetown to bring fuel. He didn't come to complain day and night that the LPRC boss is taking 2 million in salary. He gets 50 billion in days, and the president took responsibility of that and he took action. Well, we know that the George Weah damaged the country. He damaged the country until the whole country is damaged. If you were to go back a second and listen to the campaign speeches, one who think that, hey, if President Weah leaves and President Barker and Mr. Barker comes in,
the line that they will comfort with such a comfort. We're gonna ask the President Weah too.
You
just lying straight face.
Yeah, but let the brother speak.
You let me shut up. That was not true.
Yeah, let the brother speak, my man.
So as I was saying, if you were to go back in a bit and listen to the campaign speeches, when you listen to it, the way UP was talking, you would think as soon as they get in power, things will just start working. Things will just start working. Go listen to it. President Weah was criticized for everything, including YX fees, everything they criticized. But today, we want to blame money captor every day. He's taking 2 billion in salary. But let me tell you one thing. That 2 billion he's taking did not start when Baga came to power. He started taking 200 years ago. Only doing Baga time, the only reason why we got anything is because somebody is taking 2 billion. We can come here and make all of the noise. We will always get to the point where someone of race. That's what I don't come here to.
All right, thank you. Let me bring in my man, Dr. Richardson. We gotta go on. We got a lot to cover today. Thank you very much, Mr. Doe. Mr. Ambula.
Thank you. Good to be here. Isaac, I agree with you on one front. I disagree on the other one, which is a normal thing. When we were campaigning and calling for George Weah to be replaced, yes, we expected that things would have been done faster. That would have changed the situation and the livelihood of our people very fast. Unfortunately, we did not know we were taking over a country in deep hole. We did not know that we have credited and loaned our future. We did not know where they died. Until we took over, we realized that the country we were taking over from, all the different institutions, after we did the different turnover with the different stakeholders, the different cluster groups, we realized that the country was in a deep mess. But that is not an excuse to give after 2 months. It's only to push you back to realize that, yes, we anticipated that we will have seen a country in chaos, but not to the extent we saw after we did the different stakeholder consultation and produced a cluster report. To President Bouaka and the other people in government making decisions, this is where it is. You giving the CDC people and people wanting to remove you from power the oxygen to speak because you're not taking action. You giving them the oxygen to speak. That's why they are speaking. This thing is not about Mr. Captain. Stanton, it's not. There is a deep conspiracy in that country that have kept the country the way it is for decades. It pierces my heart. There's a deep conspiracy in that country. Every leader that comes to power, they gang up around you and they ensure the conspiracy works. See the president in that picture. He's not happy. See a face. The president is not happy. They push him into that meeting purposely for a public relations stunt. They could not even release a statement. They could not even say anything because they had nothing to say. The purpose of this picture was intended to keep people quiet. It was a PR strategy. So let Captain go and take picture with the president. Once he takes picture with the president, the news will go up that he enjoys the confidence of the president. So that's why the executive mansion had nothing to say beside the one sentence they wrote, because there was nothing for them to see. The purpose for the meeting was just to take picture and share the picture. It is not about Captain. Go back at the time, Captain will come to Captain later, but go back at the time, Captain was not at LEC managing director 2018, 2019. You saw that report from the central bank. The government of Liberia said LEC was owing Shrimex $2.9 million. LEC was owing Shrimex $2.9 million. And LEC was not able to pay the debt. So the government took a loan to pay the debt of $2.9 million because LEC had no money. They did a treasury bill to pay. Fine. In the same 2018, the government announced that it paid LEC $8.9 million debt. The same 2018, President Weah announced that the government of Liberia has disbursed $8.9 million to LEC to pay LEC debt that the government was owing. If you can pay LEC $8.9 million, in the same year, LEC is not able to pay its own debt of just $2.9 million. You have to go as a government and take additional debt to pay LEC. All these things are scam. So it's not about Captain. Captain is just part of that particular clique. It is that clique we have to break. The ball is in the president's court. He has a decision to make. No excuse. Asa is right. We cannot keep giving excuse on salary. I don't speak on the issue about salary. Yes, salary is an issue to be concerned about. But why is the president taking so long to make a decision on issues that affect his people? To even just appoint a board, let's begin to split the Trinity apart. This man is the chairman of the board. He's the CEO. He's the project manager. Let's break the Trinity apart. Even if you don't want Mooney as chairman, you can appoint a board to supervise his activities. It is because the clique has gone up around the president. And we say here before, Mr. Captain and all the people, you can go take picture with the president. You can influence people around the president. The clique can put together the resources to do everything they can do. You will not please the people in the heat and the darkness. You will not please the people in the heat and the darkness. So you continue. We keep monitoring the situation. Like we say our own spoon always, all the time. We say our own, you say your own. The Liberian people will make the decision.
Thank you. Love it. Love it, brother.
Oh, let me say this. Dr. Richardson, close on this one because we got to move on. Let's leave the LEC thing. Again, I want you to please, if you get anything to add on it, because this is pure frustration. This is bad for our country. As we're speaking to you right now, how many ministries at the ministerial complex, ASIDO? How many ministries over there?
You know, I can be exact. It could be 5 or 6.
I think, yes, 6. I think you're right. Oh, so they agree that you got 6 ministries, 6 of the country ministry in total darkness. You get the finance ministry in total darkness. The Capitol building, total darkness. Where the students go and learn for Getty, the University of Liberia main campus, is in complete darkness. There is no way the student will be able to and learn anything. As we speaking, then they go ahead, they will switch it on because they listen to Spoon Talk. They will switch one side on and turn the other side off. What a mess. What a mess. This is bad for our country. But you know, it's about time that we hold this government responsible. Don't say it's too early. Preparation. You won the election October 10th. Joey said you didn't win, you're going to go for a rerun. November 14th, you proved that you won. From November to December, December to January, January to February, how many months? What's the plan for LDC? And what's the plan, Glennie? What's the plan for LDC? I mean, you bring in all your advisors. What's the plan for LDC, Dr. Richardson? How long will the people sleep in darkness? I mean, I'm talking about thick darkness. Not just the darkness in America or in Europe. This darkness we're talking about, it can kill the ants, and it can invite mosquito, a blood-sucking parasite. That's the darkness we're talking about. It's not no joke of a darkness. You only find that darkness in hell. The darkness that is in Liberia, you only find it in hell. It comes with ants, mosquito, and all the other nonsense. But you know what? I will put this picture up. No disrespect. Who on that picture sleeping in darkness? Let the Liberian people answer the question. Who on this picture sleeping in darkness? Maybe I'm making a mistake. Yomli is not sleeping in darkness. The senators that are not sleeping in darkness. The representatives are not sleeping in darkness. Jeremiah Kuhn not sleeping in darkness. People are not sleeping in darkness. So to know your pain and your suffering, to know your pain and your suffering, they do not. Dr. Richardson, let Liberian people understand this clear cut, man. And take us home because we got a lot to discuss. This is one phase of this something. We'll stick with this story. The government must come up with a statement and let the Liberian people know exactly what the rescue precedent stand on. This is about Joseph Boyka. It ain't got nothing to do with Grisby or Pro Tem or Senator. We put you there, take a decision.
Stanton. I mean,
I beg you, let Dr. Richardson come in real quick. I beg you, Prince.
Stanton, you're saying it all. I really don't need to add any more to it, except that I'm beginning to sense this indecisiveness in the president. I'm beginning to sense that. And it's not good for the Liberian people, because when you're rescuing a country from whatever situation that country is in, transparency is key. When you're a leader, you need to assess the situation. Even if you come to us, just tell us, say, oh, I met with Monica Tam. I assessed the situation. These are his challenges, or these are not his challenges. This is the solution, and this is how we're going to move on. He stays there or he leaves. This is what a leader does. But you cannot just put the nation on stall, by being indecisive. It is not good at all. So that's all I have to say. You said it all, and I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much, Prince. You want to say something real quick?
Yeah,
we got to move on, brother.
Stanton, we can sit here and beat all the drums, but I think that the logic is absolutely clear. the lack of electricity in the country or the inconsistency thereof is a threat to the rescue policy, the rescue plan. The president has consistently, in doing a campaign, stated to Liberian people that he wants to bring investment to the country. And one thing investors are very, very, very particular about is energy. If we have inconsistencies in our energy sector, we cannot attract the investment that we need in the country. So there are people around the president and the president himself who understands this. But this is my message for now. There has to be a rethink of our energy sector. A committee of solutions has to be constituted to this effect. And to Mr. Captain, you have very important friends around the world because you serve as foreign minister, and in most times you serve in huge capacity in the country. Your friends will laugh at you. Your country is in darkness. How can you stand with bold face in front of your friends around the world and be proud of your country when they are hearing information in our press that Liberia does not have electricity? It's a shame on every one of us, not just Mr. Katam alone. The senators or representatives that got energy, that got a generator to their homes, is still not enough, because when they step outside of their homes, they are going to meet the international party, they're going to meet the international friends, and it's going to be put in their faces that you say you have democracy, you say you're building a country. Where is your energy? Where is your national security? And the fact that we are overlooking that right now, that should be something of a major national concern, where ample statements are made to Liberian people understanding that it's not happening. It shows that we need to buckle our belts so we can yell, we can argue. The most important thing is to find a solution, and the solution has to come from the office of the president. There has to be a presidential will to this, and Mr. Captain has to come to Liberian people and adequately explain. We know we have the CLSG. We know we have a hydro, and we know we have a turbine. Why is it that we do not have electricity in the country so as to promote and support the president's plan on investment? Why?
Let me tell you.
So I beg you, I know you're gonna come in with that. I beg you, Mame. I like your last thing. Support the president plan on energy, on infrastructure, on investment.
The president plan.
Where is it? The president needs to tell the Liberian people his plan when you talk about energy, especially LDC. Then the president needs to tell the Liberian people why he had made the decision, because Money Captain said the president, he spoke to the president said he keeping him. That's what Money Captain said. So if it is true that the president is keeping Money Captain, he got to tell the Liberian people why he think Money Captain will do the job. And how soon can the people be relieved and redeemed out of the dark age, all of the mess the country found herself in? That's not the Joseph Boycott we campaign for. That's not the Keke we campaign for. That's not our Uncle Joe. Our Uncle Joe stood and he fought and he spoke and he said we will bring change. How long before the people of Liberia see change when you talk about LDC? How long? Folks, that be serious. Nobody champions than some of us. But why we sit there and allow these things to happen? Pregnant women going to the hospital, they got to give birth on a canoe. Have you seen it? Come on, man. Babalu ambulance, speak, please.
Yeah,
I say you'll be alive. I say, please,
just answering Prince's question why we don't have power. Prince, people, have you asked yourself, sit down one day and just have a sober reflection? Why is it that over 30 years, I mean, since, let's just take it 25 years, the country cannot provide water for the citizens? Have you asked yourself? The city is surrounded by water, but we do not have drinking water. The legislature, it got gallons. They will go down the creek and bring water in gallon and put it in the speaker office. It's written on the speaker water in gallon. But the city is surrounded by water. Have you asked yourself why? Since 1847, we've not been able to solve drinking water problem in our country. It is because there is a cartel that runs the country. On your question, the model for the LEC operation is simple. People make it complex because the cartel wants to survive. They gave you power, you sell it, you make profit, you pay the people money back, you make more money, you send the people money back, they give you more power. That's CLSG I'm talking to. LEC is the only business I see in Liberia where there is high demand, people running and begging online, but you can't get it. But there are opportunities to get the current, sell it, make profit, and send the people money back. Why is not happening? Because money captain under CDC politicized the distribution of power in Liberia. Politicians were donating electricity. The president, the minister, the representatives, the senator were distributing and donating power to places where connections were not timely, connecting power to houses that did not have meters and just consuming and not paying. That is the reason why we don't have, because he politicized the distribution of power. This man sat at LEC, politicized the distribution of power, and used it as a tool for campaign during election. The National Security Agency conducted a study and investigation to identify power theft, the main sources of power theft in the country. The report is available. Why are they not going after the big companies that were identified in our report as the companies that are stealing power? Why are they not going over the big shops who connected their homes to the grid without meter? Why are they not going after them? But they get married, brought in the community, running behind people in zinc shocks. Say under the name of power theft. The power theft in the community, a whole community cannot steal power equal to one of the persons listed on the list by the NSA. But they're not going after those big names. But it will come and make you to understand that they are fighting power theft. So 2 reasons to answer your question. He politicized the distribution of electricity. The refusing to go after the big names that are involved in the power theft. Until the president can remove him, because those are the things they're trying to protect. You're not looking for a job. You're not looking for money. They're trying to protect the disaster they cause for additional 6 years. Until you can remove him, you will not see it. Until you can see it, you will not solve it. And if you can't solve it, Liberian people will retaliate.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. I say you have to close us on this. We get other conversation to go to.
Wait. I just want to start off by congratulating President Weah, telling him thanks for politicizing LEC, for politicizing Curry, that during his tenure, more than 100,000 households got connected to LEC. But during his tenure, that LEC was even a little stable than it is today. If that is how you want to politicize LEC, please do it for us and bring us more current. But I wanted to say this. Somebody on the show said we were coming to rescue the country, but we did not know the level of damage you guys did with the country. I thought it was an interesting statement. It is like you telling me you will come to my house to clean my chair when you have never been here at all. You have no clue whatsoever on how the house is. One of the campaign talking points that was around was that President Baika served in government long time. So that alone says he must have known of the problems. Are you saying when President Baika was a vice president for 12 years, LEC were all around the country and President Weah came and started cutting the land so he didn't know the problems? I thought that was interesting. Listen, you can find different political talking points, but not on this show when we are here. Like we've always said, the president should take responsibility. You understand? Coming to keep talking about how President Weah spoiled the country is a talking point. The people sleeping in here know exactly where they were when President Weah was president. They know. You can come here and talk everything, but the people know. If you did not have any clue whatsoever of what this country was going through, and you were there talking rescue, rescue, rescue. On what basis were you talking rescue when you did not have a clue on what was going on? Or you were only saying it because you wanted to get political power? Now you've gotten the power now, the reality has set in, and you want to look for whatever you can look for to give those excuses. The Labyrinth people are not stupid. They are watching, and they know what's better.
All right, thank you very much, folks. Just a slide off to what we're going to leave you with this. This is the ministerial complex. There you have it. Total darkness, except what you see from the outside. Those outside exterior lighting. That's what you. Listen, guys. 6 ministries. 6 over there. Capitol building is in total darkness. This is now. I just sent a guy stand there. I said, you'll go do the video right now, as we speak, right now. And that's so the guys there going back again to the Capitol building. We're announcing for them to switch it on right now, as we speak. That's the library there. But yet and still, we discuss whether we keep money captain and LGC that making over $100,000 a month in benefits, 12-something million dollars a year. There you have it. That's exactly what I wanted to sink in. How can a student study under that? How? The whole LU campus is dying. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, everybody got to go home because darkness not come. The children don't have access to proper equipment and that which is necessary for them to learn because of darkness. Our country is in the acute care. When you talk about LDC, bending over, that people will come all over to apply CPR. When you talk about LDC, no country want to help because of the corrupt system. But when we sit here and say, well, that way small. What's small for what? You get your AC car, you drive 1, you go to your office. You get back in your AC car, you drive 1, you go home. You don't come out in the night, your generator on. The man, Mary, and the woman, Flum, all of them suffering. They coming outside fighting mosquito and heat. Is that a country? You put your hand up and say, I do some of the swear. Everybody trying to connect to somebody to prepare themselves for 2029. But we're watching y'all. We're watching y'all, man. Come on. We'll catalog your names. And this is what is happening to our country. Let's move on, guys. I beg we listen for tomorrow because that's a lot. I want us to move on just a little bit and talk about other issues that is concerning. Issue that is so concerning. Let's talk about the foreign ministry briefly. And we'll go to Prince Maxwell to jump into this one. Before Joe Manuel, our government left power, right? They added so many names on the foreign mission. They added so many names. Don't ask me how I get these things because people just send it to me. People love Spoon Talk so much. They love to see Dr. Richardson and they love to see Glenn Acid. They just send all the information. They say I'm saying it because of Dr. Richardson. The other person that sent me the one is saying it because of Fatima. So y'all thank you, y'all said it. But yes, the list. Yes, the list. I want you guys to see this because it is important. So let me go from the beginning. You know, I love to start things from the beginning. What's the beginning list? There you go. If you zoom in, you will see it. It will be very clear. Please zoom in because you know that Liberia technology now, we got to try our best. But zoom in and see if your name on it. Now, Joe, we are saying all of the country on a mission. Then it's concerning for you because we are about to call all the names. I think I put this in the chat room, right? You guys have it? I said, though, is it in the chat room? Dr. Richardson, is it in the chat room?
I'm checking Stanton. Let me check.
Yeah, I believe I put it in the chat room because I want you guys to have it. Then we can have a good conversation. If your family name here, any name here, please take the picture, zoom in.
No, I don't have it, Stanton.
No, it's not in the chat room.
All right. Let me put it in the chat room. I thought I did. All right, now it's in the chat room. Please zoom in. If your family name here, right? Some people that Joey took there and send them. Look at the different countries they send them to: Abidjan, Accra, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Addis Ababa, Belgium, Cairo, Egypt, Conakry, Guinea, the consulate in New York, Dakar, Senegal, Doha, Freetown, Geneva, Kuwait, London. They send them to Minnesota and all. Joey government sent a lot of individuals all over. I want you to take the picture. I'm going to just put everything out. Just take the picture, and then we'll talk about it. Check and see who name on it. Maybe you know some people name. Give them all these positions. All these positions. Give it to them. I'm not in the foreign service, so we'll bring Maxwell to talk to us. But let's show you these names first. That's the second part of the list. As you see, Kuwait, Freetown, Minnesota. Zoom in on it. Zoom in on it. You will see it will be very clear. The people, their name coming up. That's the third part of this list, where you see Cairo, Conakry, Dakar, Freetown, Doha. And that's the last part right here. As you can see, the last part right here is right here. I believe that's it. Where you see, France, Paris, there you go. Rabat, Riyadh, Rome, Washington, D.C. All these appointments, first secretary, third secretary, why? I put everything up.
Terrible.
I put everything up. When I get out, I will share with my Liberian people. The people need to know. Prince Maxwell, you work in this field. Look what George Manawea did to the Liberian people. Look at these names. Look at these names. Your family member name there, I don't care.
Yeah, my family member name there.
Your cousin name there, I don't care. But these appointments, some people, they are not qualified. George Manawea just squeeze them in. I'm going to put this in the group chat. I can guarantee you guys, if you're in our group chat, and I'm going to ask the Liberian people that will share on Facebook. We'll share on Facebook.
Just put these people there with no checking.
You see, if the people say the law spiritual, then you'll get best. Because we don't keep the secret to ourselves. Prince Maxwell, what you guys doing to our foreign service? What you guys doing, Prince Maxwell, to the foreign mission? What's going on?
Center, one of the things I look at on the list here is that one of my former, since I'm former, one of my former distinguished colleague, because I'm the former, he's still in the service. His name is Jimmy Bashu here, Jimmy G. Bashu, right?
Which country?
Addis Ababa. They have beside his name new. He's not new.
Okay, so hold on, let me find him.
On the first list, on Addis Ababa, on the first one, yes, sure, yeah. Because you're sitting in the chat room, looking in the chat room on Addis Ababa.
Yeah, but I'm not saying Addis Ababa. Help me up, brother.
Okay, you got right there. There's Addis right there. Addis right there. You see Addis Ababa.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Talk to us about him.
Jimmy G. Bashu, right? Jimmy, beside his name, a guy new. Jimmy is not new. Jimmy Bashu been in the foreign service forever and ever. Amen. This position that he got here is promoted position, not new position. The saddest thing about this is the fact that Sammy Roberts has never even served in the foreign service before. Wow. But Sammy has a position higher than Jimmy Bashu, who's been serving in that position for years.
Jesus.
And in terms of diplomatic precedent, that does not happen. That does not happen. I have worked with the Ghanaians, the Guineans, the Gambians, the Senegalese, the Ivorian. It does not happen. You can't take somebody from Abidjan who's never been in the foreign service before and make them higher than the man who's been in the foreign service more than 10 years. It's not possible. Let me break this down because this is saddening for me. This shows me, give me you're my friend. I just say you put in text messages, but seeing this list really points out something to me. It points out laziness, complete laziness and avoidance of the fundamental problems that are existing and permeating the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You avoided addressing the issue of on-time payment, of staff members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Foreign Service. You avoided the issue of paying lease on time and renovating Liberian asset and safeguarding Liberian asset. He ran away from the issue of updating and modernizing the payroll system and the personnel system of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and of the Foreign Service. He ran away from the passport issue. All of these things that think that a Minister of Foreign Affairs should be working on.
But let me ask you a question. Listen, you want to do your stuff. Let come in now. We are not. Yeah, we are not in the foreign ministry. We never. I don't know nothing about foreign ministry.
Go ahead.
Just to go to foreign ministry, get passport, and travel if you want to. But let's have the conversation away from your foreign knowledge. So I want to pause you a little bit, Prince Maxwell. Dr. Richardson, it's a disgrace to our country. Under the George Brennan, we are government. Now we ask Maxwell when we finish talking, what's the solution here? So Maxwell begin to think now about the solution moving forward under Cyril Besloyanti, right? Dr. Richardson, all these names, Joel knew that he was leaving power. Joel knew that it was rough. He added his cowboy, his car gang, everybody on it. We know some of them. What's going on?
You know, Stanton, some of these people are family members to us that are on the list. A couple of months ago, no, weeks ago, I was in bed, got a call early morning from a family member who is on the list. And the sad part about this is they did not inform the people, the consulars who are at these different embassies that they were sending these people. So yeah, my cousin family member walks in there to go to work, and she's looked like as a stranger. She's been in the foreign service for a long time. She's been working with the foreign ministry for a long time. She's now homeless in Rome. Okay, she's homeless because the guy told her, "I didn't know you were coming here. We ain't got no assignment. We ain't got no list." So this is horrible. This is horrible. It creates. I mean, she's not upset with, the consular or the ambassador because he's doing his job, but the fact that she was put under this, perception that she was going away. She's been working for the foreign agency for years, only to find out that she gets to a place where she got to be homeless and trying to find her way back to Liberia. This is the story of many. This is the story of many. So I don't know how our government can, send people away, pay their plane fare. All these people, we are consulting with the people on the ground that will be receiving them. I don't know. It's just not good. It's very shameful. And so all these people now have to find a way back to Liberia or live illegally in another country until they can find a way back to Liberia. So somebody got to tell us the answer.
Thank you very much, Fatima.
I think, CEO, we're all here, and I want to say to everyone, I know we all want this government to succeed, and we are all going to try our best to hold our president accountable for everything that he has inherited right now. But make no mistake, we, for the 34, 35 days that this government has been in power, we can never go back to what it was for the last 6 years. That is exactly what it is. Because look at that situation. Look at the situation. Sending people to foreign mission where nobody was told about. It was just a vindictive situation where they were leaving power. They knew that the Liberian people had rejected them. And what else could they do? Send 300 cooks to an executive mansion that nobody lives in. This is what they were doing. Just everybody under the sycamore tree. Is that the name of the tree? They just put in every aspect of government to stretch the government too thin, to have no funds to make payroll. And this is what they're doing to all of our foreign.
This is a greater example of bad decision making.
Bad
decision making. Our foreign partner will just laugh.
You were feeling this in Maxwell. Let hear for everybody. I know it's hurting you. I shared the document with you, so maybe you can share with your guys if you like. It's in our chat room. Fatima?
And CEO, this looks like a basic cartel business, selling and importing drugs, keeping your people all in line. It was like we were run by cartels, period. I'm grateful that this change came. We're just telling our president that the Liberian people, they were tired of this. They did not want this. And now they gave power to you. You need to act on their behalf. I don't care what anybody says here. Nobody would like to go back to that form of government. How can they send this lady all the way to for Europe? And then she gets there and said, "We don't know about you." What kind of diplomacy is that? Imagine that. She will be stranded looking for her. I hope she carries some coins with her. She will be stranded. And if you're somebody who don't like to ask people for money, you're stranded, you start reaching out to family members, and it looks bad. This is why Joseph Nima Boakai needs to look at these things. And first of all, I will call upon him to recall almost all of them that were misplaced, that were just put there last minute. We vet them. We're not going to say anything because we have not, we don't know about their credentials, where they come from, but they need to be vetted properly. And then if they meet criteria, they can be where they need to be. But that's what I'm saying, CEO. This was
just to remind you guys, Glenda, we're coming to you. We'll go to our brother Ambulai and Asido. But Glenda, go on. Yeah, go ahead, Isaac. Go ahead, Isaac.
Yeah, please. I wanted to, because though I'm in the darkness, no issue. But yeah, I'm in darkness, no LEC. So
I'm not sure. We got a big story on your government. The people taking the property back, that supplementary property, they're taking it back. We got a whole story. They went to court. The court have ruled in the Dempster family favor that y'all would give them the property because y'all lie and say that property belongs to you. So don't you leave, I say. Don't you leave. We got a document. We'll share it with the people.
Let me talk about the country. CDC is not empowered. Leave CDC business. So I'm not sure exactly what's the discussion about listing here. I'm finding it tough to understand. President Weah was elected to be president of Liberia for 6 years, starting January 22nd of 2018 to the 22nd of 2024. If President Weah appointed people or took people somewhere, what is the issue? I don't know. But let me tell you, lest you don't have information about these things, you come on here and people that know, a lot of people listening, they will just be in their houses laughing. Ambassador George Wallace is now a current advisor to President Nima Boakai. Please place him a call and ask him if he did not train every single person on the list. Please place him a call and ask him if he is
serious.
Let me end.
I said, hold on. Are you saying that the Ambassador Wallace train all those people and send them out?
Again?
You want us to call them, and what you want us to do? What you want Liberian people to do to you if he said no, he didn't? I say.
So to continue on my train of thought, our Ambassador George Wallace is a current advisor to President Boakai. Please call him and ask him if he is not aware of those people, if he did not carry on training. And secondly, let me tell you, about 60 to 70% of those on that listing are not new. They have been in the foreign service for like 2 years, 3 years. They were just changed from one place to another. One person that I know very well is Majama or Majama. She was in France. She was there for 2 years before they transferred her to New York. It's just a matter of change. About 80% of those people are old people that they were just transferring from one place to another. So what is the issue? Now we understand one of the rescue things this government wants to do is to keep taking people out of job, like they are doing across all ministries, taking people out of job. Although we knew they were coming to rescue this country and provide jobs for our people, but on the flip side of it, they are taking people out of job. You can go ahead and take everyone out of job that the former government gave job to. That is the prerogative. But what is the issue? Is it that President Weah did not have the constitutional authority to send people on foreign mission? He said that those people who went there, they are not Liberians. Who determines if they qualify? You right here on the show. You always want to pass judgment on the qualification of people. How did you know everyone? There are a lot of people behind them. There are people who may have been serving that you didn't know. Doesn't mean because you didn't know them, so they don't know anything. I just don't get what is this other discussion about. President, we are the president.
I say, hang on, you will get it.
You will never get it.
I beg you, tell people to tell Airway now.
No, but you give me the real one. I keep talking.
Remember, he just talks and rants and rants and rants.
The girl name you mentioned,
please. Guys, listen, please. Abula, can you speak, Abula?
Yeah, I can speak. You see, President Bwakaku spent 30 years in government, even as vice president. He wouldn't have known about the foreign service disaster that Kiminya and we are caused by deploying people in the foreign service under the manner. He wouldn't have known, even though he get all the experience. He wouldn't have known, even though he get all the experience, that at the latter time of the administration, the government borrowed $83.5 million from the central bank against its own policy to not borrow from the central bank. Bwaka wouldn't have known, even though he been in government all along. Mo Ali get all the water sanitation degree. He wouldn't have known that water and sewer was in the debt of $7 million and employed 181% from April to December. He wouldn't have known. So people got the experience, they know how to solve the problem. But there were deep hidden problems that until you can go in, you wouldn't have known. Some of those deep hidden problems are the reason why LDC is not performing. And it is those problems that people want to set over. And that's why we're fighting to ensure that they leave so people go there and see those problems to be able to solve it. So having 30 years experience as our government doesn't give you the latitude of time and the information to know. Bwaka wouldn't have known, even though his experience, that George Weah were using state resources to buy Toyota Corolla for all the children in Monrovia. He wouldn't have known.
Never.
So we just wanted to put that one off from. On the passport issue, the foreign minister took a very first good stab at it to constitute a committee on the foreign service staff issue, to constitute a committee to investigate, to understand circumstances surrounding how they were hired and how they were placed. We're looking forward to that investigation, but we want to call her attention to something. Most of the people she appointed on that committee are themselves part of the problem. So we're feeling less optimistic that anything good will come out, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. There is a policy council at that ministry that is responsible to advise the Minister of Foreign Affairs on foreign policy issues. People on that committee were sitting there when Fromayan were fronting the laws, Kimiyan were fronting the laws, selling diplomatic passport in the hands of criminals. We did not hear them take any policy decisions. We don't know where they stand on those issues. All these staff, even when people are trained, the fact is 95% of those on the list, as per what we're hearing, are new staff. They're not staff being deployed from one place to another. 95%, you can call their list on here one by one. You call foreign service staff, let it ask, you know the person, they will tell you no, they just joining. Some of them pay their own way to go because they were not in the budget. Some of them are in foreign countries now, they're not living in diplomatic facilities, they're living with family and friends because they were not in the budget. They're in America here, they're in France, they're in other places. We know that. So they were not placed there because somebody trained them. The foreign service is constrained. Those who have been there already 4 or 5 months don't take pay. We know because we have friends, relatives in the foreign service. Maxwell here can attest. They don't take pay on time because no money. They don't have insurance. They live in foreign countries. All you know why it means to live in America and foreign countries or insurance. They don't have insurance because no money. They don't have rent because no money. Then in the last 3-4 months to the end of your government, you employ over 50-60%. Let the minister investigate. That's a very first good step. We appreciate her for it, but we are concerned that the people you are appointing on that committee themselves are part of the problem. And you need to be careful with that. Otherwise, it will just go under the carpet. And beyond just the staff, how are we addressing this diplomatic passport issue? That was one of the reasons we campaigned against the government. The sale of diplomatic passport. Is she constituting a committee to investigate? Because the president, we have set up 2 investigations. Up to today, no report from those investigations. Are we launching an investigation? It is likely we will not. And the reason why we will not is because Mawin, what her name, the new Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, those were the people who presided and tended.
You were great.
You were great.
Yes. Of selling diplomatic passport. They sell nothing. They are complicit. So they might work and nail behind the scene to ensure investigations are not conducted. But we give her the benefit of the doubt. We appreciate the effort to investigate, but we call on her attention to know that people she placing on the investigation are complicit. And the investigation should go towards a diplomatic passport. How our passport landed in the hands of criminals. Because the reason why you want to do so, I will land on this in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
The reason why you want to do so,
Stanton, because nobody will tell you say you're talking plenty because you're talking for
diplomatic passport sale issue is affecting the ordinary people. Today, Liberians are going to Sierra Leone to go for US visa. They're crossing over to Sierra Leone, they're crossing to Guinea to go for US visa because our passport is tinted. The embassy has put in place measures to delay process because everybody is suspicious because the diplomatic passport is in the hands of criminals.
Thank you very much.
Investigate and bring it to end.
Thank you. Becoming Glenn, talk to us on this issue and while you do it, talk to us on this names issue. Would be quick running through them. We got 3 other very important topics to cover before 7 p.m. We got about 15 minutes to go. Glenny, your name, other people's name, whether they own it or they own it. How bad this is for our country, Glenny?
So I think it's really bad, but I want to start from a point of inference. The lawyers they can say, I said though his counselor on this set always saying that he's the only one who has worked in the government. He's the only one who has experience as a minister. Please allow me to tell you that right now, the only person here who is clothed with the authority.
I said, let's just finish.
You will let me speak.
Hold on, Glenny.
Glenny, let me speak.
Glenny, hold on.
Glenny, you will let me speak. I don't distract. I don't interrupt you.
No, Glenny, wait. You will be doing your time.
Fatima, we're not putting it inside. Glenny, hold on 1 minute. I said, though, like we said to others, please give Glenny the chance to speak. You will have time to respond, please. Glenny, go ahead.
Give me your time, Glenny.
What I would like to say is on this platform right now, the only person clothed with diplomatic authority to talk to us about diplomacy is Prince Maxwell. Not a single one of us have that experience or know the purview of that. So when Prince Maxwell is saying there's 1 or 2 people on that list that he knows, I would say it would be good to scrutinize the list. I think that's the first thing the minister needs to do, is to scrutinize the list and see who are those people. When were they added there? Because as it looks, based on what I'm hearing from Prince, and I'm strictly going to reference my comment to him because he has the authority on the subject matter. Based on what he's saying, I think they need to scrutinize the list and see those people that were placed on the list. When were they placed there? Do they have the prerequisite qualification? If they do not, then the burden falls on them, because this is the thing. If someone gives you a job and say you're going to go to France, you have to know where you're going to go stay. You got to be able to be in connection. It's a new job. You want to be able, did you talk to the people there? Do you know where you're going to stay and then just jump up and go? I think it is important. And this is like a conundrum of problems. It's like every issue or every government or every ministry, every government ministry, there's an issue. So those that are in charge need to start from the beginning and start checking. If they don't meet the criteria, get rid of them. And you can see the boatload of people. There are some people who also commenting on the YouTube comments where they say they know one or two of those people, they have working foreign service. And so because of that, it will be important to look at that list. And if you see that all these people were added there just before George Weah left government, then you know that this is not right. And where would they stay? What is the budget to pay them for all of these, to pay all of them and to launch them also? When even the people that you have currently, they're not even getting paid in foreign service. So the minister, this rests upon the shoulders of Minister Sarah Beslo Yanti to start with this list and to start checking. If you have somebody there who's been in foreign service for almost 10 years, and now you're coming and appointing someone over them who has probably been there a year or two, clearly we can say that this is not right. So this list has to be scrutinized, and the people who meet the criteria can continue, but those who do not meet the criteria, they have to remove them.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Conor Gray, can you come in, please? Conor Gray, are you with us? All right, Fatima, come in.
CEO, I just have a couple of things to say, and they're this. I'm assuming, no disrespect meant with this comment. I mean, Minister Doe, I see you in and out of darkness. I don't know if there is a statement you're trying to make, because you just left government like a month ago. You can't be that broke that you don't have a Tiger generator in the home, that you just in and out. Is it a statement to just show?
What does that have to do with our foreign discussion?
Because
no, let's get back on track now.
It's not.
No, I said wait for your time. I said wait for your time. I said wait for your time. Don't distract us now. Let's come back to the
viewers are watching. I'm just saying, in and out of darkness. I mean, let our people see. At least buy a candle. We have candle. Buy a candle or wait until the generator is up, because in and out of darkness is just a distraction. Every time I look, you're dark or you light, and your complexion is not too bright. So I was just saying that, at least our viewers were watching. But on another note, I think the foreign service should be treated with such dignity and respect. Don't send people out there to say, go somewhere when arrangements were not made. I think it was just being vindictive. They just wanted this government to come in and suffer. And you're saying people have been here for 40 years, they should have the experience, they should have this, that, and the other. Look, Josiah Nyuma needs to take the requisite, steps to ensure that the right things are done. People should be credentialed, like I said. People should, they should investigate it. And if people need to be recalled, they need to be recalled. Because in a lame dog section, why would someone be making vast appointments? Period. Why? In all entity of government, in all areas, in a lame dog section, they make all these appointments. I think they should look at them. The ones that don't meet criteria, they should reject them. And I was saying, don't move people from government. Listen, when CDC took power, who did they leave in power? Period. I mean, they rewarded everybody that they wanted to reward. And so now they should be different because there's a rescue mission. Nah, we're here to rescue Liberians who suffered in the hands of the CDC. This is it. It's the difference. All the people who were made to turn into beggars in their own nation are those people that we need to uplift, move our country forward, and everybody who needs, with good faith, who wants to come on a train to make sure they are erecting Liberia from the ground up, they're welcome. And so I just want them to be known that our foreign service expert here, Mr. Prince Maxwell, he understands that this was wrong.
Thank you.
Actually taking new members and putting them on top of people who have served before. Where does that even work? Ever.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Conor Gray, can you contribute?
Hopefully my internet is not the best today, the weather. But anyway, maybe somebody's going to accuse me this time of shooting the Pope, or maybe after accusing me of being the mayhem behind the 5 nuns. Somebody in the past said it was the Lutheran Church. But when people are out of words, they use the kitchen sink strategy on you. I say this to say, that government should come in to rescue by finding the square peg and putting them in square holes. Move all the round pegs that are placed in square holes out of government. To rescue is to right size, downsize, and make sure that efficiency is imbued in government. Not just pile people like sardine and they can barely function and nothing is productive is coming out of the system. Whenever you bring this up, some people blow dog whistle. Oh, they're trying to keep people out of job. When you come to rescue, you should breed efficiency in the workplace. What obtained in the last 18 months in government was nothing but chaos and inefficiency. This government that has come to rescue should make sure that the right individuals are placed there and those who are just coming in. You understand? You come in last, you go in first, you go out first. So part of this, part of the rescue missions work is to make sure government works, not just to pile people there because they compensate them for being partisan. Those kinds of ways are the ways we're trying to rescue. And kudos to whoever is trying to bring. Look, the foreign ministry is not the only area. The entire government. There are so many folks who are there who are just were just sitting down watching Nigerian movie in government offices, and they just brought more. They brought in more people that would sit there and watch Nigerian movies. That's all they were doing there. Now government must work with with the right team and the right size, not just bunch of sardines they squeeze in somewhere. Look, people will come back and blow dog whistle. Oh, you're trying to say they like Brumpo and educated. Oh, you're trying to say those are all the way people used to rule before. That was what brought them to power. And that was what kicked them out of power because they failed to look at the bigger picture. They make politics into everything. This issue is not about politics. This issue is about making sure that government employs the right people that will bring efficiency in the workplace. Period.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Prince Maxwell, the solution here is what?
Okay, let me just go over something before I jump to, because I don't want to preempt the decision of the committee that was set up by Her Excellency Cyril Bestoyanti. I don't want to. So let me just go over something. I don't joke when it comes to the foreign service, and I let no one compete with me when it comes to that, because I was always competing with my foreign colleagues every day to prove that Liberia had diplomats on the ground. So when Liberians come up to me to compete on foreign policy issue, you know what you're coming with. And as me, I don't compete with my seniors. I don't compete with them because I respect them. But let me tell everybody here in Liberian people something. You can speak to Her Excellency Olubankiki Akerili. You can speak to Her Excellency Majon Kamara. You can speak to Ambassador Bounds. You can speak to Ambassador Solonte. You can speak to the former Deputy Minister Shonian, former Deputy Minister Fambule. They all will tell you unanimously this was wrong. Unanimously. You can speak to anyone outside of Liberia, any foreign minister after, they will tell you unanimous is wrong. This is unprecedented. It does not happen. It just doesn't happen. Why it happened in Liberia, it will always blow my mind. But it points to the level of inefficiency that we have allowed to creep into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the politicization of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When the ministry should not be in that kind of position in the first place. It is not a political ministry. It is not. Those that have served in our ministry are honorable men and women. They hold a high prestige, not just in Liberia, but outside of Liberia. And we are diminishing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs right in front of them. That is wrong. Now, what is the solution? Because the problem is already there. Like I said earlier on, I look at the list because this is my first time looking at the list. There are diplomats that are currently serving, that have been serving on this list. It's called a mission promotion. They got promoted. That was right. But almost 80% of the people on the list are new people. They didn't even served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before. Most of those people on the list have never even served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They don't even understand what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is. Needless to say, they don't even understand what the Foreign Service is. There are rules, procedures, and systems set up to understand before even getting in the Foreign Service. Let me remind the Liberian people. Before I became a Foreign Service officer, I was a protocol cadet for 2 years, moving chairs around, sitting people in chairs for 2 years. Before I went to the Foreign Service, I had to go to the Foreign Service Institute for 9 months, grueling 9 months. I heard my colleague here, Ado, speak about a girl that was in Paris. I met her when I went to Paris. I met her. Do you know what happened to her right now? She now has a senior position that the diplomat she met in the Paris mission do not even have in New York. And she was only there for her maybe 1 year and a half. And it took some of my colleagues, my colleagues said I'm still a former diplomat. It took some of those guys that have been working their feet off nearly 5 to 6 years to get one promotion. Just one step above the promotion they had. One. This girl in New York, she sits in the general consulate. Do you know what the consulate is in New York? Do our people understand the strategic nature of that office? Some might have never even served before. They don't even understand the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. How many foreign ministers' hands has she shaken before? What's her contact detail level? What is her security clearance to even be in that kind of office in Liberia? Has she even met NSA for them to clarify her, to give her clearance on that? Like I said, I don't want to preempt the decision of the committee that was set up, but they've caused a tremendous hardship for our colleagues in the service. These people in the service, Dr. Chinwe, they're not even taking pay on time. They do not even have mobility. Some of the missions that they occupy, they have to pay rent because it's leased. Some of the missions they occupy are breaking down on them because they need to be renovated. They're not even taking salary on time. And you're sending more than 89 persons in the service. Why are you overloading the service? The service was streamlined for a reason. It was streamlined for a reason. That's what they call in policy. It was streamlined for a reason. And the government of Liberia was taking time to bring people in that service. The ministry was identifying strategic, smart individuals to go in different positions. They have flooded this entire system. Because Kimia saw all these vacancies, it didn't mean you just flood the system. It was not for free. There was a reason why they were taking time to put people in the service. Here it is, right on Kimia's watch. The Belgian mission lost an embassy. Would not even have an embassy. The ambassador came here and said he having an embassy in a living room. Think about that. In the capital of Europe, we are having our embassy in the ambassador living room. And then you flooding the system with new people that have never even served. They don't even have any contact. They don't know nothing about foreign service. They have no understanding of international diplomacy. They have no understanding of international law. Nothing. You flood the service. Not only you flood the service, you insult the diplomats that are already at service by putting people above them, not elevating their position and bringing people under them to learn from them. No, but put the people above them. The blind man leading the man who can see. How is that even possible? Why are we doing this to our country? Because we want to prove that we giants, we can put anybody in the service or get anybody employment. Our colleagues from Ghana, from Sierra Leone, from Senegal be laughing at us. The solution is simple. I hope that those that are on the committee, those senior diplomats that I respect so correctly, will think hard about this when they go home at night and sit down. They will make the honorable decision. This is not about taking job or taking food from somebody's mouth. I left the service for 4 years. For 4 years, I left it because I knew how to make the hard decision.
Thank you, Maxwell.
To make the hard decision and support the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the president and the minister.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Here we are. The story about what we are talking about, the foreign mission. Go on the list, see for yourself those names. And but one thing I want to say, the chairman on the foreign committee, Senator Abraham Darius DeLong, when he came on the show a month or so back, we asked him, what will you do? What will be your advice to the foreign minister? And DeLong said, anyone within 6 months period that were hired or sent on a mission, they will investigate them and they need to be removed. I'm trying to find the exact quote of DeLong. But yet and still again, maybe we have to wait till he revert, because he loves to revert. You know, when this issue comes up, people play politics. Now that we have the list, let's hear what his suggestion, his recommendation to his colleagues. What I mean, will he call the foreign minister, Sarah Besloyanti, and will he intervene, or he will revert to their own conscience? This thing about I will revert, and we said that and nothing happened, make us to lose faith in those that we have trusted years in and years out. I mean, it's getting bad for our country. So if our brother Azedo can sit down and say, well, you can blame the president, I'll tell you what, I should know exactly what he's saying. Because these things, January 21st, Senator DeLong, he was in studio and he said it, and we'll play the clip. And we'll wait to see if he reverting to what? We hold them responsible because we trust their leadership. We hold them responsible because we love them. I will always call DeLong and Yombly name because I'm counting and betting on them. I will always call Jeremiah name because I'm betting on him. I will always call some of those senators the Snow. People say, well, forget Snow, he will not produce. But yet and still, there's still hope. But what would DeLong do? He's the chairman on foreign affairs. He's the chairman. How will he address this issue? Nobody going to put finger in DeLong.
I'm getting text message. I won't call the people now. Getting text message. People are complaining. In fact, one person said to me, "I went through ranks." Stanton, I went through rank. Me, Prince Max, I had to go through rank.
I would say this to you, Prince. Prince, let me say this to you.
Why?
I think you should call you men of connection. People respect you. Can we mute, guys? We're getting a bad feedback, please. I think you should go ahead and call DeLong. He's the chair on foreign ministry. You get contact with Sarah Beslow.
I trust him that DeLong is a man. He's a man of his word.
And well, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm following his work. He's working
I don't know about that. But let's see whether he will revert on this one.
Before you call Senator DeLong, please give me a minute. I know I went at the back. I'm not sure what happened to the internet. And Sis Bindu, I wanted to address you.
No, can we do that at last? I beg you, if you will address her. No, ask me.
I'm coming to leave. I'm not going to be long. I just want to tell her something. It's fair.
Yeah, but you cannot leave. Let me bring the other story, then you get addressed, because I really want you to be here. Let's talk about the other story.
It was my turn. Let me use my turn to talk to my sister.
Yeah, but listen, no, you just begged for it. You didn't. No, I said,
I will not do that. You will give me my turn to address my sister. I don't want to tell her something.
All right, so you get 30 seconds, please.
Thank you.
You want me to go
Still, you know, I can only tell you one of the greatest opportunities you have is that I am the one on this show. A man who will not be disrespectful to you, a man that no matter what will not say anything rude to you, and somebody who the day you meet, you will love. Well, I want to say to you, Bendu, you usually say words to me that I don't think you should be saying to me. You don't know me. One day, you will get to know me. If I come on here to explain to you me, probably you will see me as a different person. You know, you call me Blamado. I laugh on it. I got no problem. You come today, you started asking me questions that if I were to ask you, you would feel insulted.
About the life? No.
No. In my mind, the line there. Are you just this broke?
No, I thought it was too soon to be broke.
No, Fatima.
I'm sorry.
Fatima, let's stick on the topic. I think this one is right.
I am one person who worked in CDC government, who can wear short trousers and go on the road. I'm not proud. If there's a time for me to eat cow meat, I can proudly eat it. If there's a time for me to eat gari and raw,
I think the message is clear.
I can proudly eat. But what I can tell you,
I have no hatred towards you. I just asked a question. You know, I was like,
you done now. We gotta go. I beg. You see, that's what we gotta be.
If you felt insulted, I'm sorry. I just asked. You know,
let him finish.
I can only tell you, sis, if you were to come Liberia, I invite you to my place. You will know that I'm not this story kind of person.
Isaac, all due respect to you. Isaac, all due respect to you right now. Very important here.
I say, hurry on, I finish.
In my mind, Chris Bendu, I really want to appeal to you to kindly be mindful of your words towards me. I'm a human being. I will one day be pushed and come at you. You wouldn't blame me then. Please, let's be a little respectful of each other, regardless of our age. I want to beg you to kindly try to, do your words at me a little bit. I don't appreciate it, and I will really hope you try to change that. Thank you.
I said, though, I think you have said it all, and on this show, for the record, I support your statement. Let's remain on the conversation. Let's remain on the topic. We shouldn't deviate to be so personal. I think to all of us, there will be a time that we laugh and joke, but we should be very careful. Well, folks watching us, over 50, 75,000 people every evening from all of the outlets. It's not a small group of people, so we should be careful. But actually, having said that, I want to bring this.
I'm sure it was personal when Joe accused me.
I beg you, Conagray, I beg you, let me come back. Having said that, I want to say this.
I'm sure it was personal.
I want to say this. This is a judgment that they're taking away the CDC headquarters. As it do. Your sedition on the show. I have shared this, and there's a lot of document. It's coming up. It's at the court. For all the reason due to the year in judgment is hereby entered in favor of the plaintiff and against defendant as follow. They are giving the Dempster family, they are giving those people that own the CDC headquarters the land back and charging you guys for massive misuse of your own power that you need to pay the people money. The defendant, George Liable told the plaintiff for the amount of US $500,000. Which are the proceeds from the lease agreement executed by and between the defendant and the Congress for Democratic Change CDC. As you can see, you owe the people money, you're refusing to pay it, CDC. The defendant are forthwith injected, and ousted from the plaintiff premises, and the plaintiff is hereby put in possession of said premises. As it is, it's a disgrace. The only reason you are at that place because you are in power. Now you're no longer in power. The people, they are claiming the property back. The CDC headquarters, where you get a cutting, the sycamore tree, the family are claiming the power. And this is the judgment. I'm not reading it. Liberians, you're going to see it. And I will put it in the chat room. We got the entire court document. When I read this thing thoroughly today, I said, man, even George Weah was corrupt to himself and his organization. Howbeit, president for 6 years, ruling party for 6 years, you are even denying yourself to own, buy formally a headquarters. In addition, to be invented and ousted from the plaintiff premises, the defendant are hereby ordered to pay to the plaintiff the amount of 100,000 United States dollars for wrongful withholding and detention of the plaintiff premises. The lease agreement executed by and between the defendant and the Congress for Democratic Change CDC is not binding on the plaintiff, and as such, it is void and without legal effect as to the plaintiff. E. The clerk of this court is hereby ordered to issue a writ of possession directed to the sheriff of this court, describing the plaintiff premises as. Let's move to the next one real quick. When this case was called for hearing, Councilor Joseph P. Gibson of Wright and Associate Law Firm appeared for the appellants. Councilor Frank Musa Dane Jr. of Dane and Associate Law Offices appeared for the appellate. Now, listen, you got to understand, this thing is done. The people are going to get the land. The people are going to get the money. And here we are, CDC left without a home. They left without a president. They left without a vice president. They left without a government. Now they are kicking them out. They left without a home. My Liberian people, what a disgrace to a government that served for 6 years. Dr. Richardson, real quick. Let's hear you.
Moya.
Why you can't come to me first now, the sedition?
Dr. Richardson, let's hear you.
Thank you for that opening, Glendy. It tells me that President Weah didn't care for seditions. He didn't care for the young people. Because if he did, he would at least leave somewhere for them to regather, to rethink, to re-strategize their party's position on the government. It was almost like he was using these young people to have them come to this sycamore tree or to this, establishment without even making sure that it would survive his term. We have to think about the kind of precedent or the kind of organization that CDC is, that they were in power, and as soon as they get out of power, they are losing everything. And when I hear the word legal withholding, it seems to me that they were illegally possessing the people's property. They were not being good, modest citizens. They were asking other people in a country to be legal, to go about the legal way in terms of our transactions with each other. But yet and still, they are not respecting the citizens of the people who own the property. So, I mean, I don't know. If I was physicians, I would rethink my connection to the party. Is it your love for the party? Because George has shown us that it was his love for an ideology, the party for himself, than the love for Liberia. Nobody who loves Liberia will be behaving this way. As soon as you get a government, then you ain't got nowhere else to go, nowhere else to sit down. And if I remember, I said to please remind me correctly, and you build someone at school on our a vocational center on our property, Evie, my husband.
Yeah, the people take it off. That's Richardson did. They built something on there, but now anything that you put over there, right? Illegally, everything belongs to the owner now.
Yep.
It was illegal. The people, how you call this? Scratching, scream, how you call that thing? Prince Master, you always you.
They're not squatting. They were not squatting.
They were squatting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how can you do that as a ruling government for 6 years? How can you do that?
Waste of money. Waste of money.
And you want to come back in power, and you got paper document from the court. You own the family. You stole the family land. You stole your way to power. Now you got no home. You got no government. You got no president. You got no vice president. The man catching pigeon. And you got nowhere to be. So, where you carry the country tree?
Let me just add one more thing. The thing about it is this man has the luxury of leaving the country.
Don't follow that man there. That man there.
I tell you the truth. Look at you. You want to lead the people in the country. That way you
I said, don't you make me fast? I put an entire document in the chat room.
I
said, don't we go to agree?
Right? I said, do you let the country after you won? You just pack up your bag, you leave the country. Then the next thing, look, they take the property that you were spending time with and having your money.
For business.
Conor Gray, let me bring you in, Conor Gray. Conor Gray, let me bring you in like this. I like this last part when they call the National Police, Conor Gray. Let me read this for our audience. Contained in the Administrator D, the Bundy's non issue to the plaintiff by Emma L. Campbell, Administrator D. Bundy's non. Somebody can speak French, help me with this thing. Commanding the sheriff of this court to remove all person. Now, Dr. Richardson, this is why it is important, Conor Gray. They are even if Joe Weah is there, they're going to remove him. So let me read this.
Move him.
This is the court order. I want Liberians to listen, including the defendant. Now, this is commanding the sheriff of this court. They tell the sheriff to remove all persons, including the defendants, and the Congress for Democratic Change. You will remove Jefferson Koji. You will remove Boba Malu. You will remove Akaris Gray. You will remove former President George Manuel Weah. You will remove Isaac Doe. You will remove all of them. CDC from the premises and to put the plaintiff into full possession thereof. Give the people the land back to them. Further, the clerk shall, in the right of possession, command the sheriff of this court to, in executing his mandate as ordered by this judgment, seek the assistance of the emergency response unit. Hey, Conor Gray, they call it the ERU of the Liberia National Police. Conor Gray, I want to bring you in on this last line. Which is very important. Command the sheriff of this court to, in executing his mandate as ordered by this judgment, seek the assistance of the emergency response unit, because they know CDC going to fight, of the Liberia National Police. So they had to add that last line. Conor Gray, what say you?
Well, that last line shows that vacate or be vacated. That means move or be removed.
Or be removed.
But this just shows that the state of our democracy is still young. When this thing happened to Unity Party after they left power, CDC were making noise all over the place. And then people will come here and say the country is divided evenly. Evenly between who? People who don't even have monumental, landmark to say this is our headquarter. Those things don't move. So when you don't even you have not even institutionalized your own political presence, how can you be claiming to be divided to get a share in a divided country? I think the CDC was just a matter of time. You understand? There's nothing called CDC. I'm telling you, this is the beginning of the end of whatever was called CDC, because those individuals who galvanized around George Weah, that whole euphoria is done. It's gone. Look, Liberia's democracy will begin at at, at a very, very young stage again. To come back and say the country is divided, trust me, we're going to move forward. I like the way how the judge placed it. My dear, this is to tell you that if you try it, the law will come for you. That's why they didn't go to the police. They went to another unit of the police called the ERU. Those guys don't joke. Those are my kind of guys. Move or be removed. I will end it there.
Thank you, for Glennie. Let's hear you. Fatima Prince Master, then will make I say don't last. No, you will not be last. We will say come about when you talk. Glennie?
I mean, this is a serious issue. I'm kudos to that family, because I know some of the family members of that particular property who have been trying to get their property back, but they couldn't because Weah was in power. And so today is victory for them. They're excited that finally, after so many years, they're not able to regain their property. So I'm like, the law worked for them. It worked for them. Now, when you have a responsible government who follow what the laws and the proceedings are, you don't go and hold somebody's property hostage because you're in power. And that was what was done. So to that family, we say kudos. President Weah can follow behind the people who, there was somebody who was very close to the Weah government who also fooled the family. And so today they have their property back, and that's a good
I
thing.
want to leave that off. You're right, Granny. We got a whole story. You are
I
right.
will leave
But
it, yes.
yeah.
Well, I'm not going to say so. It's a good thing that they have their property back. And CDC, maybe they can just remove to the Jamaica Resort. It's a big place. They can host them.
No. I heard that they're going to the Falkland Clown Church.
Oh, okay. Even
Yeah.
better.
Where they get John Weir statue.
Even better.
Because guys, I had to keep I kept the story to myself, Prince. That's why I'm coming to you, because I couldn't put it in the chat room. Acido, now he confused, he called in all over. Nobody knew this, even Acido didn't know. Seditious didn't know. I had to keep it to myself. We're at the courthouse when this thing was unfolding. It hit me and I couldn't believe it. I said, is this true? And then I requested a copy from the court, and the court gave us a copy. And this is huge. There is a public document that CDC must pay, that CDC must leave. How dare CDC, you know you're owing the people land and you're putting them on Unity Party headquarters. Now let you go down, you're living on the street. How dare you? Come on, man. Your president is trying to open pigeon factory in Liberia. They can pay his bill. Come on, Prince, talk to us, man.
Stanton, well, we see that the CDC has lost their building the same way they lost the Brussels mission in Brussels.
Oh, yeah.
It's tendency. It's natural to the DNA. They lost, they fake their head office the same way they lost and fake our mission here in Brussels, in the capital of Europe. The place where all world leaders come and meet. Liberia got no mission there. The oldest independent country in Africa, 1847. Ghana is laughing at us. Sierra Leone is laughing at us. Guinea is laughing at us. Stanton, before posting any diplomat in service, you first have to give them something called portfolio or file. And in that portfolio of file, you have to have topics that you have to cover. And it means those topics, they have credentials, academic credentials, and intelligent knowledge of those topics. For example, water, sanitation, energy. All the people on the list here, you see one day. There's no credential at all. There's no portfolio. To my Liberian people, the foreign service, like the military, you can't jump over the next person easily. Not easily, unless you are appointed by political will. And it has to be very, very strong. But as long as you're in a hierarchy, the men are up, will go up, then you go behind him. That's how it's done. We have allowed Kimia to disgrace the Republic of Liberia, and he's sitting home right now. Nobody is looking at it from the vision of the degrading nature of the country. Nobody looking at that from that perspective. We're happy. Oh, he appointed my brother-in-law or my sister-in-law. But he has just damaged the reputation, the diplomat of Liberia. Because I will always say this, and recently we saw it happening in a country. So please give me a little bit of chance. The Ghanaians responded to us recently when there was a fake news article about their president rooming in our newspapers in Liberia. It took those people less than 24 hours to send a strong diplomatic communication. Respond. Do not put our president name in your papers like that. The diplomatic communication made it on our e-mansion website, e-mansion page. When do we see that doing this in Liberia? Those people pay attention. I said it to Liberian people here. All of the diplomatic mission you see in Liberia, they pay attention to our news. And they report back to their capitals.
Thank you.
This fiasco that Kimia has created in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been reported back to all capitals around the world. And those diplomats that are in service right now in the field have been greatly disrespected.
Thank you.
Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our minister has been handed a serious problem to handle. Number one, the diplomats in the field right now. Front Page Africa reported recently, which I was happy about it, but not too happy about it because it took a long time to report on it.
So let's move that.
Diplomats not even taking pay for 6 months, and you add into that. Why?
Thank you,
rent cannot pay for almost 5 months, and you add into that. Why? What do you want to prove?
Well, there's a lot, Prince. The passport
Why
issue.
will you put this burden on
the passport issue? They added folks on the list, and we'll come to it. Fatima, thank you very much, our brother Prince Maxwell. Before we bring Fatima in, let me show the headquarter of CDC. I want us to do this. We got one more topic to cover if we have the time. But yes, the headquarter, CDC headquarter, the one that they kicking them on and everything, even the sycamore tree, the family will take it. CDC cannot take away that sycamore tree. There will be no way. If you read a document, and maybe some of you, this is not a joke.
Man, they can transplant it. They planted it, man. They planted the sycamore.
They have to leave it there.
No, they gotta carry it.
CDC planted
they cannot carry it because even that whole stage during the election time, if it stay there today, the family will take it. No, the music.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dama, can you give her the picture? Can you just give her the photo of that of CDC headquarters? But this is concerning. Isaac, let me say this to you. Laugh all you want to laugh. The court have rendered the judgment. You can run to the Supreme Court. You can do what? You didn't buy the land. It is owned by the family. You play game whole day. You hustle the people 10,000 a year, 30,000 a year just to keep you going. The people taking, they say, possess your possession. No, not Ase. I will keep Fatima for last. Let Ase go. Ain't good to make Ase last. So Ase, let me talk to you. The people are saying they are about to possess their possession. Is bad for our country. 6 years. Your government in power. 6 years. You ran beyond Unity Party here. 6 years. You couldn't afford to. You were building on the people's land, believing that Joe was going to be in power again. I mean, why this armed robbery attitude in your CDC? But talk to us.
So all of you finished now. You're done. You're finished.
Fatima got to speak after you.
Okay. Clap for yourself. So, Mr. Watersman, the propaganda you did to win election is not the same propaganda you will do today while you win. So, let me just tell you a few things. The people in Liberia know today there is no police they call ERU. They know. So, in the first place, anybody you carry that document to and you put the ERU, they will laugh at you. Number two, please show the date on that document. Don't crop the date and come with propaganda here. It's not what else.
You want me to answer you?
Wait, now, don't wait. Hey,
you asking me?
Wait, now. You enjoy yourself. I'm attack. Give me a small time. I was here laughing. So, just to help you, that thing you put on here for purposes, it happened where Charlie think when we're not even in power. But let me remind you on one thing. United Party served this country for 12 years, 1 decade and 2 years, 12 years. They kicked them out of their house. 12 years later. While in K1, they told me 12, they plenty more than 6. So if they can kick the 12-year people out, I don't know why they say year people can do something. So you know what? Go back to your souls and tell the souls why they lie to you. Tell the souls to send you the date. Tell the souls that no people they call ERU that long time thing, they get ERU in Liberia now. So tell them that CDC is okay. The president, the former president, Liberia most loved person, returns to the country tomorrow. Tell the person that Bekuba George Weah returns tomorrow. And over the weekend or something, who will be at the party headquarters happening from? So please go back to your souls and tell them. The other document you send me here, they already catch me inside. It will tell the souls. Maybe they can go and tap it over to send it to you again. So please, let us discuss those things that are important to our country. I'm really wanting us to discuss it. Yeah, okay. I beg you.
So thank you now. I said though. You see, when everybody get vexed with you, sometimes I try to protect you, but it look like I don't think CDC doing you a favor. And I don't think they're doing, no, don't interrupt me now. I kept quiet. It was hurting me, but I kept quiet. I don't think they are doing you any justice.
All right.
Have you been to the headquarters of ERU in Fishtown? You live Liberia.
Yeah,
You're in Liberia. They still have ERU. You can change it to ERU or PSU, whatever. They still have that unit. So I said, no, stop playing game. No, don't interrupt me now. Don't interrupt me now. No. We told Fatima, we told everybody. So if they make it listen to me now, then you go ahead, you talk.
All right, please go. Stop wasting our time.
Come back.
Who was justice minister? There is no way Musadin, who was the justice minister, will be representing CDC in court. So that you're so saying you. It was when CDC are not even come to power yet. So please go back to your source. So next send you different document again. Let them tell you, say, George, we are going to Freetown, in Freetown. No problem. But let's discuss one important to our country. Please. Before you can bring how you there from 1966, you can begin in 2024. Your test not to come by him. He shouldn't be shame. He running away the same way you can run away. He brought his own document, he thought, he enjoyed, he said, now you running away. Why you want running away? See you. Come back, come be your come be your 1966 document 2024. God get patient.
Can I go, Dr. Richardson?
Yes, go ahead, Fatima.
Well, I would like to say whatever happens to the party headquarters will be in the best interest of the Liberian people. I mean, that's where our young minds were, indoctrinated into cult behavior, where they sat and all day they worship one man and was chanting, "Muya, left all their businesses, left their parents undone, left everything undone."
Hey, I beg you, Fatima. I beg you, Mama. I beg you. I said, though. The people are so mad at you. I wasn't leaving the show, but they called me, right? Because the people, if you read that document, I said, though, they get date. I said, sorry that you didn't go through the document. I said, you want to do April 6th? I beg you, Fatima, give me 30 seconds. You want to do April 6th protest? You get nowhere to put your protest.
Okay.
I said, listen, this is bad for our country.
So
I said, don't interrupt now, and I come back again, you interrupting, I said, I know you were begging me for this information. I refuse to give it to you because I knew you were going to investigate. It's bad for the past government. Past government. For 6 years. The people negotiated with you to buy the place. Every day, Joe, we are promising them. You'll give them underwater money. You'll give them grumpy money. You'll give them chicken change. The code rule in the people's favor today. I said, though, you're dead bad to our country and you're dead bad to yourself. Fatima, talk to me, man.
Well, like I was saying, I said, if whatever's going on with the party headquarters, for me, it does not affect me at all, because this is where our young minds, our young, brilliant minds were, indoctrinated into cult behavior, where they left all of their businesses, their education, and went in one place and were chanting to one man. They were chanting to today. They cannot even believe that this is over. So it's in the best interest of the Liberian people. It's in the best interest of Liberia as a whole. Whatever happens to the headquarters, I'm just saying, with all of the monies that is sold, it shouldn't be any problem for them to relocate either to what is it called, to Jamaica or any site that they choose. I just feel that, like we said, Liberia first, Liberia last. They take the party headquarters, more power to the people. If you own the land, you take the land. And if they can't take it, they can't take it. Like you said, CEO, I think you made a quote. You said the people said by fire, by force, or they said the law will come and the law will prevail. So, I mean, CDC is the past. We're moving forward. We're trying to get our country better. We're holding people accountable, period. That's all I say.
Before we go, I don't think we have time, but not that I want to disagree with you, Fatima, But to say CDC is the past, I don't think so. I don't think CDC is the past. I think we should remind Liberians, like Conor Gray said, these guys that are sitting on the fence and they want to come back again. Seriously, if you take your eyes off CDC, they will sneak in like the serpent. The Bible said the thief cometh not, but to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But Jesus Christ said, I am the Son of Man, and I come to give you life and give you life even abundantly. So what we are saying here is that don't take your eyes off the serpent, because Granny know when Granny was in the Garden of Eden, she ate the apple. She was deceived by the serpent.
Well, well, that's the Bible.
Wait, let me make the point on Granny. Okay. Because Granny was in that Garden of Eden. She ate the apple.
Now which garden now? Now which garden?
Anyway, CEO, I know you quoted the Bible verse and you said that, but I have a different thing and Quran recitation for that. And in the Quran it says, I will say it in Arabic and I will give you the translation in English. It said, Fabiala ikazibu matu kaziban. Which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? There is nothing that God cannot do. And if God was able to transform the mindset of our people to elect Joseph Numa Boaka, an old statesman, he is able to transform Liberia and put CDC as a something in our back view mirror. Conor Gray did not say that we should look at it. Conor Gray also said that they are in the back view mirror now. We should
So thank you. So let's just put this up, because as it was saying, let's read this, folks. I want everybody to read this. It's bad for our country. When we say this thing, and acid will come from the other side of poor Spain. Additionally, I pick you now. I say, I pick you back. Hold on now. I say, hold on. Accordingly, the final ruling entered by the 6th Judicial Circuit Court, Musarado County, in favor of the appellant is confirmed and affirmed on the appellants. And they say the Testes estate of the William Thomas Bernard Sr. and the Congress for Democratic Change are ordered estate injected and evicted from the premises subject of these proceedings. Wherefore, and in view of the foregoing, the judgment of the 6th Judicial Circuit Court finding in favor of the appellee is confirmed with the modification in the amount for illegal withholding stated supra. The clerk of this court is hereby ordered to send a mandate to the 6th Judicial Circuit Court to resume jurisdiction over this case and proceed in accordance with this opinion. Courts are ruled against the appellant. It is so ordered. Now, here's the thing. I about to show Asido the date. And I said, please don't run. We don't want you to run. The game that you can play, that game is over. Okay? The people say you're going to leave. You're going to leave. I know it can hurt. For 6 years, we even 2 months after you left power, they are kicking you and your children and your grandchildren and all the Buka themselves.
Okay, we like
from
it.
The Sakoma tree.
We like it.
I mean, listen, folks, we'll just move on because this thing is not right.
Let's go on to Liberia. Listen this evening. Please hold your.
Wait, is CDC not part of Liberia news?
Leave us alone. We will be on the street and enjoy ourselves. CDC didn't get be here. We will be on one of the market houses that person we have built. We will enjoy ourselves. Let's go on.
All the headquarters then gone. So let's put the last one real quick. I don't think we should jump into that Alan White and Joseph Barker communication because it's 7 o'clock, and maybe we can do it tomorrow. These are videos out there. What do you guys think? Because it's 7 o'clock though.
So tomorrow.
Yeah, we just close now. It's 12 here.
It's 7 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock. Madam Titi, the CEO, always gave a hard time if we pass 7. But we cover a lot of story today. We want to know, as I just say, I think we confirm it, that some of the minister will go over tomorrow to go answer question. as to, what's going on with the appointment of Joseph Yimambuaka. We are hearing that another 148 names coming up tonight. We cannot confirm or deny it. Names coming up with different appointments. But the big question here is, while those newly appointed folks from last week, there is no scheduled date for confirmation. Who grandstanding? Which one the lawmakers say will not confirm? And I can say this: CDC have established the block, and they're saying they are ready to deny a lot of these appointments. But before we go, what happened today in the attorney position case? We have to flag those things. Let me go back. Let's just take a piece of it. So forgive us. Like you can see, I know you. Can you read it, Maxwell? You get your glasses. Is it clear enough?
It's small, man. Can we see it from here?
Okay, petition for the writ of prohibition. This is from the LTA. Edwina Krum Zakba, chairperson, Israel Akasai, and all of these things they are saying by directive of His Honor Yusuf Kabar, Associate Justice, presiding in chamber, you are hereby subject to a conference with His Honor on Wednesday, February 28th, my sister's birthday. Happy birthday, Patricia Witherspoon. February 28th, 2024, at the hour of 12 noon. So this is very concerning. The justice in chamber called it unto them, say, you stop everything. You cannot say anybody for confirmation. We got to hear this case. We have to hear this case. The next one I came up also, I think it was okay, not this one, Garrison. Garrison also, went to the court. People are going to the court. I think that's the best thing, though. What do you think that Rich is saying? Let the court decide. Let the Supreme Court decide on this matter.
Yeah, I think we decided, or some of us decided on this show, that the Supreme Court should visit these contracts. Some of them have some caveats to them where the president has to do XYZ before he terminates a position. And some of them, I believe he can make the decision to terminate. So until he deciphers, until the Supreme Court sort of teaches what is needed, then it's a good thing. I just hope that the Supreme Court stays strong and stay by the law, and don't get any interference from anybody. Just stick to the law of the land to make these decisions. I just believe we should also consider lack of productivity. Is not equivalent to being tenure. If you're not productive and you tenure, you should go. You go. Okay, you shouldn't even be making any beam up to stay in the job, because the reason why you're a tenure is for at least to keep you there, to show something that you're doing. You can't just go be collecting free money. The time passing for Liberia with all of that. Then would you just sit in the job? It ain't making sense to me. It's not adding up. So court is the best way to go for now. But President Booker, he should stand up for the Liberian people in this one. She didn't back down.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Can you also make that your closing, Dr. Richardson, if you want to?
Oh, yes. So my closing, I don't know. We started off talking about LEC. There's an echo in the background. I don't know who it is. We started off talking about LEC. LEC. I said 17,000.5 sticks in my mind, and it keeps me up at nighttime. Somebody in our country is making $17,500 as children weave in between cars just to get their daily bread. Somebody is going to bed at the end of the month. They have 17,000.5 in their paycheck, when civil servants are complaining about harmonizing their check, but somebody's getting paid. Somebody's making 17,000.5 when my colleague can tell me he's sleeping with 3 towels on his bed because of the heat. Okay, because of the lack of electricity. Everybody's complaining about the inconsistency or the lack thereof of electricity. LEC is health, okay, because we need LEC for operation, we need it for the hospital to function. LEC is education. How can you have a viable education system when children go into dark classrooms? When you don't even your computer system, they're not even up to par with this modern world. They can't even use notebooks, computer systems. In other developed countries, they carry out on the children in notebooks to carry home to do their work on. They don't even use textbook. Everything is on computer these days for them. LEC is security. We cannot come to the country. Investors will not come to the country. It's economic. It cannot come to the country without any electricity. How do we land to our airport? How many times are we going to hear the plane have to go back to Sierra Leone or circle around the airport because there was no electricity? LEC, if you're making 17,000.5, you should be damn innovative. I'm sorry to use that word. I would say darn innovative, okay? That means that you should be looking at solar panels, solar farms. That's what countries are doing these days. If you're bringing home 17.5, you should be sitting at night thinking about the latest energy production system in the world. You should be reading up, comparing. You should be looking at solar wind systems. You should be finding ways that you can collect your money from the Liberian people, not just the poor people, but the rich people. So this LEC business is on my mind. As for the foreign service, I believe that there was a group that was set to scrutinize the list. Yes, it should be scrutinized. I believe that there are different types of people on there. I don't want to generalize, as I tend not to do anyways, and say, oh, everybody who were there, they just got there. Some people have worked for the agencies for a long time. Some people, I don't know if they knew they were going or not. But yes, something went wrong, and we need to find out. And I believe that, again, the government have to stand strong in the cause of the Liberian people. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Fatima.
Well, to the panelists and all of the viewers around the world, we come here to talk about Liberia. We come here because we do love Liberia, not because of any other reason. Do not mean to disrespect anyone. And I just wanted to say a few things. First of all, I just want to make two death announcements. I think you guys know my niece passed away in London, and she will be buried on Sunday. So I'm going for the funeral on March 3rd. She will be buried in London, God willing. We'll go there. And then a cousin of mine. Thank you. My niece was 25 years old, my sister's only daughter. Where my deepest sympathy to my sister Kadiba King and her husband. And also my cousin Dorman Fambule, he went to Liberia for the inaugurations, and he had a heat stroke, and he was one of the two men that died in Liberia. He died on February 11th, and his funeral service, his wake will be held in Monrovia, March 31st, and his funeral will be held. I think they said the funeral will be held later. We'll give the funeral dates. But also, I just wanted to say a couple of things. I think when I come on this platform, I'm passionate about Liberia. I speak Liberia, and you know what? I'm a Madingo Vai girl. I grew up and I lived my life right. When I was growing up, I didn't have relationships up in here and there. I got married. I had a husband. I divorced him. I had another husband. But you know, when I come on this platform and I speak, people inbox me and say, oh, your ex-husband was accused of this and that, and we're going to tarnish your reputation for that. Each individual have a right to their life, their liberty, and the freedom that they will pursue. I've lived my life impeccably. I am not ashamed of anything I've done in my life. And so attack me on my issues. The reason why I'm saying this is I spoke once about a lady called Matilda Parker, and she went in and she called some guys to go in my inbox and start making some references to me, saying, oh, Fatima had her ex-husband was accused of rape, was accused of this and that, and she sent them. And then a cousin of mine called Robert called her, and she said she wanted to make peace. And she said, I got my foot soldiers in Liberia. When y'all go on Spoon and say things about me, I will send them to attack you. Attack me on my record. I lived my life. You know why I didn't sleep around with Liberian men? Because I wanted to be able to say who, when, and how. And I spoke the last time when I spoke to Honorable McGill.
A second person came again to me and said, oh, Fatima should not apologize to the people of Margibi. Well, I'm telling you guys, I love the people of Liberia, and that includes Margibi. I've never done anything against any Liberian. In fact, I've lived my life to celebrate Liberians. So, ask me what I have done. What have I? See my record. I came to America when I was 18. I've never had, well, I've had tickets. So if you go see, maybe you'll see me. I always argue with police officers. Yeah, I know me. I like, when fact is there, I like to profess it. But because I talk about my guilt, and listen, I do not go back on my words. Liberia first for me, Liberia last for me. I don't say, that's why I live my life with example. That's why I did not sleep around. I didn't do anything that I couldn't be proud of. I'm very proud of who I am. I'm very proud of what I've done. So when I come to Spoon, I come with a lot of passion. CEO saw my passion. He saw me on my talk show. He saw my passion for Liberia. And he called me on this platform. And this platform has given me a voice to speak for all Liberian women. And when I told Dr. Francine, before I came here, I said, Dr. Francine, when I see you talking about Liberian girls, it just excites me. I want things that were done to Liberian women, my mother, to not be done to us or the ones that come before me. So I'm here to just say, like Mr. Doe, I have no disrespect for you. The same passion you have for CDC is the passion I have for all of Liberia. I'm never loyal to no one man. Never. I'm loyal to Liberia. And if it comes to Liberia, I will make and say things, and it will be upsetting to some people. But you know what? I speak the fact, and I speak from my heart. So I want you to attack me on my record. Attack me on what I've done. Attack me on who I've been with. So that's why I always laugh. In closing, my father always used to tell me, Fatou, you are my first daughter and you are my gem. That's why I don't want you to spray your legs. I want you to spray your books. And I followed that and I did that. I lived my life backwards. I got married when I was just barely 17. And I went to college after I had 3 children. I decided to go to college in America with 3 children and a husband, and my dingo husband. Think about it and see. So I'm proud of everything I've done. I come here to speak to the Liberian people from my whole heart. And that's how I want you to see me as. Attack me on myself. Say what you want to say about me. But you will never I will never back down when you say, oh, your ex-husband AB or your husband this. That's their life. Like, you cannot do what other people do. You're only here to defend you and your record. So Liberian people, I thank you. Thank you for listening to this platform, because we are here to inform our people to make informed decisions to make sure that Liberia rises again. I thank you.
Kudos,
Thank
girl.
you, Fatima.
Kudos. Thank you for speaking your truth.
Thank you, Fatima. So Prince Maxwell, yeah, what I say there. She's home mess, yeah.
Yeah, I there. She say on a piece. Fatima, you say a piece, man there.
Yeah.
Let me show this real quick. I reserve for comment. Prince Master, I there. All right, so let me go ahead, folks. You see this? Oh, Safoko. Is that his name? Safoko or Thomas Foko? Oh, sorry. District number 9. What's his name? Foko, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the honorable man Foko wrote a letter to Fonati Kofa. Okay. He wrote a letter to Fonati Kofa on the 21st about everything. I will share this document with you guys for you to read it yourself. And some of his concerns and some of the issue, I want us to discuss it tomorrow. I just want our followers to just go through it. You see, oh, Frank Safoko. Yeah, the Honorable Frank Safoko Jr. And he challenged in the executive branch. Reason why they cannot carry on the tenure position. He challenged in the executive branch why they cannot go ahead to audit the Central Bank of Liberia, the National Security Agency, NSA. And he brought in a lot of good points. So I'm going to share this with y'all in the chat room. I want everybody to go over it. Let's find reason, and let's discuss it more. But for our audience today, take a picture of it, zoom in, read it. This is the letter of Frank Safoko, District number 9 representative, to the Honorable Speaker J. Fonati Kofa. All right. As you can see, it's like 4 paragraphs. I was just only able to give you this 2, but we'll give you the rest of them tomorrow. The different bullet points argument he is making. All right. So again, I want to say thank you for joining us. Before we leave, I know I was coming to Mike as well. Our brother asked to join us today because he got 1 or 2 quick 5 minutes requests. So let me bring in Winfred Russell to the discussion. Let me bring in Winfred Russell real quick. Welcome to the show, Mr. Russell. How you doing? You get those feedbacks?
I'm getting feedback.
You good now? Go ahead, talk to us. You good?
Can you guys hear me?
You good, Russell? You good?
All right, thank you. It's great being on here, and thanks for having me on, Stanton. It's a wonderful opportunity. I just wanted to come here and share with you all and your audience about something significant that is taking place tomorrow, all around the country. But in this case, we're talking about Minnesota. The Democratic Party is having its precinct caucus tomorrow at Park Center High School in Brooklyn Park. Now, just for context, this seat was held by an American guy who is retiring, so it's a vacant seat. Currently, Minnesota has the largest number of Liberian immigrants in the United States, but we have no political representation anywhere. So we've lost all of our political representation. So this is an opportunity for us to get represented. But we know that the election is in November, but there are a lot of steps that we have to go through to get to November election, and the caucus is one of them. And so we need as many delegates to show up tomorrow at Park Center and register to be delegate for Winfred Russell for the Minnesota House of Representatives. So there's only one Liberian running. I'm the only one who is running. I've been on the council for 4 years. I serve on the planning commission, been on the library board, on the tourism board. I've been on a historical society and founded a nonprofit organization here that is 16 years old. It's a multi-million-dollar nonprofit organization. So there's no one more experienced in this race than I am. So I'm asking you all to please put the word out there to get our folks to show up tomorrow. And at this level, Stanton, you don't have to be a citizen. Only a green card holder, only a resident of Brooklyn Park and Osseo can participate. And so we're calling on all Liberians to show up. We need representation. Representation matters. You know, so Park Center High School tomorrow from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
All right, so there you have it. Just hold on 1 minute. There you have it. Can you read what you sent us while we put your flyer up, Winfred?
Yeah, so Minnesota DFL caucus. Now, DFL in Minnesota, in the state of Minnesota, means the Democratic Party. That's the official name of the Democratic Party. So it's called Democratic Farmer Labor. So D for Democratic, F for Farmer, and L for Labor. So tomorrow is the caucus. It's Tuesday, February the 27th, 2024. Registration opens at 6:30 p.m. and the call to order is 7 p.m. and it's at the Park Center High School in Brooklyn Park, 7300 Brooklyn Boulevard in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota.
You are called. So do you have any other Liberians? I just want you to repeat, running against you.
No, there's no Liberian running against that. There's a Kenyan lady who moved into the district to become eligible to run, and so both of us are running for this open seat. But the Liberians are the largest. After the Somalis, the Liberians are the largest African immigrant group in the state of Minnesota, and in Brooklyn Park, we have the largest concentration of Liberians in the U.S. Actually. It's concentrated in Brooklyn Park. So we have about 15,000 plus Liberians living in Brooklyn Park. And this district that I'm running in is a district, like I said, that I've served. I've served this district already, and this district is where majority of Liberians who live in Brooklyn Park, this is where they live. They live in this district 38A, and it's in Brooklyn Park.
So this is a state representative you are seeking, correct?
Yes, this is the Minnesota State, the House of Representative seat. Yes.
Okay. So let's play your video over here. You sent us via, and I hope folks are listening. It's good that you caught us in time, because you said the program is scheduled for tomorrow. Yes.
Hi, I'm former Brooklyn Park City Council member Winfred Russell. I'm running for Minnesota House seat District 38A. Mike Nelson, who currently holds that seat, is retiring, so I'm running to replace him. But I'm here to ask you for your vote and your support during the DFL Precinct Caucus. It will take place on Tuesday, February the 27th at Park Center High School. So I need your vote and your support as a delegate to get the DFL endorsement. So together we can continue to make Brooklyn Park and Osseo a thriving place for all of us to continue the work that Mike Nelson has been doing and the work I have been doing too on the Brooklyn Park City Council. So see you on Tuesday, February the 27th at the caucuses in Brooklyn Park. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. So again, let's just say it's so. Let this out for us, or Winfred. Just from work, you say it's starting at 6:30. What's the different steps? How long the process will be? I want to be in and out. Talk to us.
So you just come in and you register. So okay. So what is happening here, Stanton, is exactly what you see happening at the national level. But this is just at the state level. So you see that the Republican Party, for example, I mean, tomorrow I think it's what, Super Tuesday. You know, the Republican Party is having its they're doing that. They're having their caucuses and all of that. I mean, they have won the primary in South Carolina. I think they're going out to different states. So we're trying to collect as many delegates as possible. So the candidate who gets the majority of the delegates, that candidate that gets the endorsement of the party. Now for the Democrats, so it's the same thing that's happening with the Democrats. So tomorrow you come in and you register to be a delegate for Winfred Russell. So you say, well, I want to be a delegate. You just sign up and then you leave. And then the party convention, the state Democratic State Party convention, will be on April the 13th. So during the convention, April the 13th, all of the people who will register tomorrow as delegates, those will be the only people who will vote to decide who becomes the endorsed candidate for the Democrats. Now, because this is a Democratic region and district, even if whoever the Republican bring, that person, you know, the Democrats are going to win. So if you remember the last time, just to give you some context quickly, Stanton, when I ran for mayor, if you remember, you came here and don't knock for me. You and your team came here, don't knock for me, and you helped to finance my campaign. But we didn't win because, if you remember, we did not have the Democratic Party endorsement. Right, so it's a tall order if you don't have the party endorsement. And the reason we didn't get the party endorsement during the mayoral race was because it is a non-partisan race, one. And when I got in the race at the time, that process had taken place already. So now we decided to start early. Okay, so we started early to get the Democratic Party endorsement to run for the state House of Representatives. It's critically important because, like I said earlier, as large as we are here and as influential as we are, Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center, where majority of Liberians in the state of Minnesota reside, spend more than $2 billion. That's how significant and economically powerful our community is.
So,
but we don't have a political representation.
Correct. So let's say this. We'll be on the show tomorrow, and you guys will be going over there to caucus tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Why we on the show? Because right now it's 6:25. Am I correct?
Yep.
Is it
Yep.
6:25?
Yeah, 6:25. Yep.
Okay. So while we on the show, trying to wind things down, so you guys will be going to caucus, and then we can tell the folks, say, listen, get up. You can watch Spoon on your cell phone. Go ahead and caucus for Winfred. So you guys are only two, right? You and the Somalian lady. How many are you?
Yeah, the only two. There may be some people showing up tomorrow, but we don't know. But so far, only a Kenyan lady who never lived in the district. She moved here 2 months ago. I've lived in the district now for 18 years. I've lived in Brooklyn Park. I've called Brooklyn Park home for 18 years. She just moved here 2 months ago and trying to benefit.
I want to tap into Liberians. It's okay. You are saying also you don't have to be a citizen. Only a green card.
On a green card, you just have to be a resident. You just have to live in Brooklyn Park and ASIO.
So you have to have more people then, because
yes, and so that's why we came on here to so you appeal to, because every home you go to, I mean, even where I'm at right now, they're watching Spoon. So everywhere you go to, we out here door knocking. The same place we came the last time when you were here door knocking, that complex. That's where I'm speaking to you at right now. And everybody's watching Spoon. So we know that to get the message far and wide, we have to come on Spoon to get the message out there. So we just need folks to show up tomorrow.
I know you'll do more door knocking, but hang with us. Prince Maxwell, this is huge, Joe.
Oh, this is huge. I mean, I mean, Wilfred, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. You first and foremost, your PR strategy is on point. Whoever told you, say, hey, let's go to Spoon TV quickly and get this message out there. That person is smart as crazy, because guess what? Spoon TV does not only communicate to the audience in Liberia, it also communicates to the audience in America. So people as far as Maryland are already getting to know that Wilfred in Minnesota is running for council seat. Look, Liberians, don't sit down and do nothing. Nigerians are taking positions in America. Ghanaians are taking positions in America. Liberia, being the oldest country and with the oldest relationship with America, needs something, as Wilfred correctly said, representation. Do not let him down. You are in Minnesota. Listen, for as long as possible, when I hear about Minnesota, where am I going? Liberian people are going to Minnesota. Liberian going to State are going to Minnesota. The Accord place are going to Minnesota. So it will be shameful for a Liberian to be in Minnesota 18 years and running on a council seat, and Liberians don't show up in numbers to give him his vote. Do that, because you need representation. In America, representation counts. It doesn't matter. Go in, go hard, and vote.
Wilfred, let me ask you this. I know you've won the caucus before, the DFL caucus. I could be wrong. And you and I serve on those commissions at Brooklyn Park. I serve the economic and as well as the Human Rights Commission. And I know how dearly this is to you. But do you think you're reaching out harder enough? I mean, Spoon is one big way, but on your own, do you think you're reaching out there to Liberians harder enough?
Yeah, thanks, Conor Gray. You're right about it. So our strategy this time, because so one of the things is that I'm only the vessel for the community to gain access to resources and to power. There are too many of us here. We have such a strong economic base, like I said. We need that representation. We need to be at the table, as the saying goes. If you're not on the table, you're part of the menu, right? So right now I'm in a home of I was door knocking. I step aside to speak to you all on Spoon. I'm in a home of a delegate, and so we reach out to all of the pastors. We had the different churches yesterday. We have almost 100 churches in Minnesota of Liberian immigrant descent. We're at Ebenezer, one of the largest churches in the community, and it's Glenda's church, by the way. So we were there. We just came from the mosque. We have the
Yes,
imam
it's my
leaders
church.
there too as well. We also have the different county associations and the leaders. They're also calling folks and telling them to come out. We have the Liberian community organization, the head, Kamati DN. He's also out there too, supporting and rallying and mobilizing people to come together and to show up tomorrow. One of the things that is that, and as you know, yes, I when I won the city council seat, you're right, Conor Gray, I got the endorsement, of the Democratic Party. The other times I didn't win, I didn't get the endorsement, and it's just that simple. So what we're trying to do now is that we're trying to start early, because this whole caucus process, folks, many of our people don't understand it. They just want you to tell them, say, okay, tomorrow is election day, and they show up to go and to vote. But little do they know that to stand a really good chance, you need that party endorsement. You need that party weight behind you. So we are hitting all of the different sectors within the community, the churches, the faith leaders, community leaders. Many of the community leaders are on board with us, and they're working and trying to mobilize people to get them to come through tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. We have Winfred Russell. We'll make you last. Maybe Glennie, because Russell went to her church, the church that she never ever can attend. The church is like maybe 500,000 miles away from her, but she's still paying her offering, no tax. So, Dr. Richardson, can you talk? I mean, this is good, Dr. Richardson. This is beautiful. And the reason why I'm happy, we'll be here by 3:30, 4 o'clock tomorrow. That will be 3:30 if we here 4:30. And we got to prop people up and say, get up, and go caucus. You need to go do this thing for Russell. Yeah.
Yes. I want to appeal to all the Liberians in Russell's district in Brooklyn Park to please come out and support him. We need representation. We can't just be plenty in the people place doing, our own running around in businesses, but we don't have representation in this country. It's really a huge thing. Like he said, he is the vessel to resources. If we have our own person that we can go to and discuss issues relating to our progress, then he will take the good news for us. Or he will tell us, how, what he can do for us. But we need our own person there. The Somalian got their own. If we sit down here, we'll let everybody come and pass us. We can't do that. So I beg you, go and become a delegate for Russell tomorrow. He said you don't even need to be a citizen. You just got to show up and fill up a form. That's all. So show up.
All right, so let's do this. And because I love to have things, folks, just give us at least, I beg you, Glennie, I know you got to go for prayer service. Just give us at least 10 minutes. I beg you. Let's do this real quick, all right? I'm going to open the phone line. Is that Nelson or Damo? Can you come on? Then let's just take call. I'm going to put my number up. If you think you can get up, only people from Minnesota, I beg you. We just want to hear you, because this is important. I guess somebody calling me already. Good evening. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Roger Lou. I'm calling from Brooklyn Park.
Roger Lou, you in Brooklyn Park. What would stop you from going to caucus for Winfred tomorrow?
The first thing I want to say thanks to Winfred, because yesterday there have been a series of text messages from around the Liberian community, and tomorrow we will be there to support him. We were able to support him the last time he was running for the city mayor, but we couldn't win. So this time is the time for the Liberian people. I'm also using the opportunity to call every Liberian in Minnesota, especially Brooklyn Park, to turn out.
Thank you. So when you go there tomorrow, we beg you, my brother, when we're on the show, please, you know how the people can do, right? You got to give a thumbs up that you voted, you caucus for Russell. So just everybody that listens to us, once you get there, you do your caucus thing, give a thumbs up tomorrow. So let's take more calls. Nelson, can you put the number up? If you want to give your phone number, Russell, we appreciate likewise. We want to take calls, Minnesota on it. We want to know who will be caucusing for Russell. Your name and where you calling from? Hello?
My name is Alex.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex. Talk to us.
and I'm in Brooklyn Park, and I'm gonna vote for.
Caucus.
Yeah, for the caucus.
Thank you very much, my dear friend. Thank you. Let me take another one. Your name and where you calling from? Your name, please.
My name is Moses Filmer.
Yep. Moses, where are you joining us from?
Oh, I'm calling from Minnesota, Brooklyn Park.
Okay, we are talking to Winfred Russell. Talk to us. Will you be there for him tomorrow?
Oh yeah, tomorrow. I'm going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to be there very start tomorrow, so at least we're going to push out the prayer Jennifer.
Thank you. Beautiful. Let me take this one real quick. Good evening. Your name? Where in Brooklyn Park you calling from, or where in Minnesota you calling from?
I'm George Cole calling from Brooklyn Park.
Okay.
Secretary General of the Riverside County Association in America.
Super. Talk to us. Are you for Russell?
I will be there tomorrow. I support Winfred Russell.
So are you going there? You're going there with people too, right? You're just not going alone, right?
Oh, tomorrow to my working place. I'm going to encourage a lot of Liberians that I work with. The connectivity, we're going to be there.
Thank you. Let me take this one real quick. Thank you. Hello, your name, and where are you joining us from?
Yes, that's this is James Woolsey calling from Minnesota.
Talk to us, James.
Yeah, I just want to contribute to say congratulations in advance to my brother Winslow. But you see, sometimes there's something Winslow mixing almost all the time. You know, Liberia, Minnesota, I can tell you, we love children. And since he's been going through this, since coming on platform, bulk of the youth in Minnesota, they listen to mostly the promoters of some of those entertainment situation, sector in Minnesota. So I want to know have you ever reached out to some of those promoters, those people that promote?
He's listening to you.
Entertainment.
He listened to you. Thank you that you'll be there, and we're going to ask him to answer that question. Thank you, my dear brother. Thanks. Let's take more calls. Your name? Hello. Your name and where you joining us from? Yeah, can you lower your radio or your device, please?
Okay. Thank you.
So talk to us now. Will you be there tomorrow? Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from Lower St. Paul.
Okay, so talk to us.
I want to ask a question if we can come along from St. Paul region or just restricted to Brooklyn Park also.
Russell, can you answer that quick? Lower St. Paul?
No, only Brooklyn Park and RCO.
Okay, thank you. But you have friends in Brooklyn Park and in RCO, tell them to go and call. So you can go there, but you will not just participate. All right?
Exactly.
All right, thank you, my brother. Let me bring you somebody else. Hello, your name and where you calling on from? Hello?
Hey, hello.
Yeah, talk to us. Where you calling from?
Oh, my name is Sam. I'm calling from Brooklyn Center, Minnesota.
Finally, Sam, I got you today. Talk to us.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, thank you for having me on this program. So, by tomorrow, we'll begin the process. So, this is why I want to tell the honorable man, not just Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn, but always go far as New Hope and New Brighton, Freedom. We need to make sure and go around the entire area and make sure and involve our people.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. It's good. I'll hit you up, Sam. Thank you very much. Is the number up? You got calls coming in from your end, from Minnesota only we can take. And then, because this is important, though, let me tell about Glennie. Folks are calling. They will be there. This is about Liberia now.
Yeah, I wanna also add to Winfred and not
Just
because
hold on 1 minute. Hold on, please.
I think Winfred is a consummate patriotic person. The fact that even though he lost before and is still running to give Liberians an opportunity to have a voice. Last year's election, the Liberians in Minnesota and Brooklyn area and surrounding, they lost 3 people. It was Winfred, it was Elliott, and it was Guano. 3 Liberians lost last year. This is a second chance for Liberians to seize the opportunity. Forget if Winfred didn't go to your party. Forget if he didn't come to your baby shower. Forget if he didn't talk to musicians. You need a voice at the highest level, which is the House of Representatives. This is an opportunity for Liberians to come out tomorrow and get the caucus, get the numbers of the caucus, and get him started. It's your chance, Liberians.
Thank you. Let me take. Thank you very much. We'll take 10 more calls. 10 more calls real quick. Your name and where you calling us from?
My name is Marcus Morgan. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Yes, go ahead, Marcus.
I want to find out from is it possible that we in Crystal can also take part into that? Because I'm living in Crystal, Minnesota.
Winfrey, you heard the question? All right, he's frozen. So I think he said he's going to answer you, but thank you for calling, okay? Thank you a lot. Let me take this next person. Hello, your name and where you calling us from?
Hey, Sam. This is Godwin from calling from Dayton Trampling area. So I needed to ask Mr. Russell as to whether people in the Dayton Trampling area can they be part of the process?
All right, so hold on. So Russell, are you with us? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, yes, I'm here.
So can you be very clear? Which area need to be over there tomorrow?
Okay, so it's Brooklyn Park District 38A, and it's, if you know, Brooklyn Park is from Noble, near the Methodist Church on Brooklyn Boulevard, west. So right now we're in Willowbrook, Willow Park apartment complex, Autumn Ridge apartment complex, Huntington apartment complex, Strawberry Commons, Windsor Gates, all of those big apartment complexes, Kensington, they are all in the district. Point of America, they're all in the district. So this is where majority of the Liberians live, in these big, massive apartment complexes.
Thank you. All right, let's take more calls. We got 8 more calls to go.
Russell, if you cross the 610 freeway, you are out.
No, you're also in there. Depends on what side of the 610. You got to be west of 610, but the Target head office.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, west of that. So if
Yeah.
you go towards Noble, going towards all the way down, say Champlain area, you out.
Yeah. So Champlain, Maple Grove, to Asio, Crystal, New Hope, all of those bordering areas. If you know where the Target store is and the Wells Fargo Bank, Dragon Food, that entire area is all in the district.
Yeah, you don't have to learn. You said Brooklyn Park audio. I think it's okay.
What's your name, man? Your name and where you calling from?
Not
I'm calling from Minnesota, Brooklyn Park.
Okay, so will you be there tomorrow?
People, I'm very proud of you and I'm grateful for you. At least you're making us to know our Nigerian people. Because sometimes we go on the bullet back there, we see the name, but we don't even know the person. They don't come out to tell us anything. Now that they are coming up, we are willing to go there. I've been in Brooklyn Park for 20 years, and I will be there tomorrow to vote. And tomorrow is my son's birthday.
So let's say this. Yeah, what's your name? What's your name?
My name is Yasako.
Yasako. So let's say this, Russell. Listen, if you are not busy, right? Winfrey, let's say this because we gotta go. If you are not busy, you want to just go. Listen, just go there. If you're not part of you're not within that community, they will let you know. You know, a lot of people kind of confused. I mean, I'm out there, I'm not that. Just go there. Go support Winfrey Russell. Go support him. And I like what Yasa said. Just go there. Go there. If you are not, your driver license says something else, the people will say no, they can't take you. It's simple. This is not Liberia that you have asset donor, putting your name in ballot bags, running around with it. This is not Liberia. The people get system. There will be no asset donor tomorrow. Okay? So, thank you, Yasa.
So, Stanton.
Yeah.
So I'm here with the executive director of the Liberian organization in Minnesota, Mr. Kamati Dien, who has been taking me around to all the different community leaders and meeting with them and trying to get them to come out tomorrow. So I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Kamati Dien, who is here with me.
Remember, you fired the other the foreman out with you during the major time. You fired him. You fired the fly guy. Russell, what's going on? Okay, well, Mr. Dion, thank you for joining us. Welcome to Spoon Talk, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am not his campaign manager, but I'm a Liberian, and it is very crucial at this point in time. We are over 48,000 Liberians in the state of Minnesota. The Osceola School District has the highest concentration of Liberian students outside of the Republic of Liberia. I have just been downtown to Congress between the state capital running on a bill for OLM, our Liberian community. Last year, for the last 3 weeks, we do not have a single Liberian that is representing us on the state level, whether it's in the House of Representatives or whether it's in the Senate. It was strange for one of our colleagues, a Somalian lady, I won't call the name, who is the deputy majority whip, and said, listen, Kamati, you guys have been in this state here. English is your first language. Okay, you have over 48,000 Liberians. We came to America after 1992.
That's
Farah
true.
Adiwa. They have about 5 state representatives and 2 state senators and 1 United States representative.
Congress.
We call it Congress. Now, within our own district, where we had a higher concentration of Liberians, are you telling us that we cannot produce a single councilman, a single state or representative or senate? We might not be able to reach the entire Liberian community through our medium, but I am grateful to the Spoon TV that this medium can reach as many Liberians as it is very crucial at this time that we have a representation. If we cannot be on the table, trust me, we'll be on the menu. Okay, so I'm encouraging all Liberians. I can't tell you to vote for Winfrey because we are 501c3, but I can say all Liberians need to go and vote and take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, folks. We want to say we are so happy. We know you will be busy. You've been busy, around. So a lot of phone calls coming in. We cannot take them all. Or people are committing themselves to be there tomorrow. If you, as a matter of fact, the entire 48,000 should be there tomorrow in support of Mr. Russell. The entire 48,000. Who's in, who's out? The people will decide. This is too much. We come with bag and you say, no, we can't carry our own. Regardless of the situation, we support you. You have our support, and we say thank you very much.
So, Sana, can you give me,
I will give you a chance. You are from Minnesota, so go ahead, talk to us, brother.
Yeah, sure. How you doing, Mr. Russell? And it's good to have you on. I wanted to keep quiet and let things roll out, but you are a Liberian who not be so happy if I don't say to you what I know. As a matter of fact, I'm a Minnesota man, and secondly, I am a sedition. So it will be a good thing for me to tell you what I know, and I hope you will consider that. So, as a sedition, I would say, Mr. Russell, I want you to know that a lot of Liberians who are seditions have resorted not to vote for you, and I will kindly ask for you to please reach out to them. Now,
I can help him do that.
No, and some people cannot give this man.
I think Isaac is saying something that is concerning. Go ahead, Isaac.
Can I give this man information that he needs? Please.
Go ahead, Isaac.
Hey, I'm from Minnesota. I'm in every Minnesota chapter. And I thought I am telling you what you should know, Mr. Russell. Please. Now, the reason is that a lot of folks have said during the Liberian election, I was not following. I think you made some comments or something during the Liberian election because of that, they wanted to do something like a payback. So in my mind, it would be a good thing for you to reach out to the leadership of the CDC in Minnesota that will help you. I have done it myself. And again, I am giving you information that I know. Please don't listen to people shaking their head. I'm telling you something you should know. I wanted to keep quiet and let things flow, but because you are a Liberian, I will be very proud to see a Liberian come up. I just thought to let you know, and if you will follow through that, I'm sure it will also help as well.
Thank you, Isaac. You know, I
Thank
want to
you.
say thank you because, like you see the post over here, the back you, Mr. Russell, if you can do that tonight, sit down because we want to win. It's not about you, it's about Liberia. I don't know the situation. Our Liberia election is over. Sedition, no sedition are all Liberians. Let's support Mr. Russell and let bygones be bygones. Wherever you are, we just want to say, please go there tomorrow. All 48,000 of you, go there tomorrow in support of Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell, your last word, sir. You're muted, sir.
Yes. Once again, thanks for the opportunity. Almost, I know almost everyone on this platform, and I appreciate the kind words and the support, and Stanton for always stepping up. You know, like I said, you stepped up the last time. You brought your whole team here, and you guys supported us, and so we are very grateful, and we're very appreciative of all of what you continue to do. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, when you in politics, especially local politics, like I've been, I mean, you're bound to make some people unhappy, and some people might not like some of the things that you say or some of the positions you stand for. But if I have angered you in any way, if I've disappointed you in any way, if I made you mad in any way, I want to publicly say that I'm sorry. You know, it is never personal, but this is about our community. This is about our community having representation. We came, the Liberian community in the state of Minnesota started here back in the 50s when Lamco had his mining operation there in Liberia. So we've been there since the 50s. The Somalis came here in 1993. They are far ahead of us in so many different ways, in so many different respects. They have issues in their community too. They all don't get along. But when it comes to supporting someone for their community and in their community best interest, they all rally around to do that. So that's part of what I'd like to see us do. So if I have made you mad, if I have said some things that have made you angry, I don't know the CDC president or the head of the CDC yet. But we reach out to them, and if you can send me that information, Stanton through Mr. Doe, I will gladly reach out to them and talk to them, because it is about our community. This is not about Winfred Russell. So forget about Winfred Russell. This is about Liberia and Liberians, and we're seeing a lot of other communities moving forward, getting resources, and we with a large economic base here, a lot of businesses, we don't have any representation. So that is what this is all about. So look forward to seeing you all tomorrow between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. at the Park Center High School in Brooklyn Park. Winfred Russell for Minnesota State Representative, District 38A. I'm running to replace Mike Nelson, who is retiring. So this is an open seat, and this is an opportunity for us to get representation. So thanks again, and thanks for the opportunity. I know it was last minute, Stanton, but you brought us on, and we're able to make a lot of progress here. So we really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Winfred. We want to say thanks and wish you luck. We'll discuss it again tomorrow, and we hope we can tell the guys to go on tomorrow. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to our community. You guys continue to do the good work.
Thank you very much,
you.
Jeffrey.
All the best.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Also, please say hi to Glennie Pastor for me. Thank you. So let's go ahead. There you can have it. Tuesday, February 27, 2024. Registration open at 6:30 p.m. please call to order. 7 p.m. call to order. The program will start. Our Park Center Senior High School, 7300 Brooklyn Boulevard, Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, 55443. It's simple. All you need to do, just get there and go there. You got nothing to do. Just go there. Don't even say, "Oh, I'm from Colonel Gray on town," or
I'm
"I'm
from
from
CDC.
Aceto on town," or a CDC, or a
Sister about
ANC,
Liberia.
or a UP. No, just go there. Just go there. If you get problem, whether you can caucus or you can't caucus, just go there. But one question I want to ask: whether those people need to come with a green card, though? I hope Russell can come back. Whether they need to come with a passport, the birth certificate, or the green card.
No, sir. Once you give your ID, that's it. They'll
Just
determine.
They all have to show a passport or green card.
Valid ID.
Just
You have to
say ID.
identify yourself.
No, so let's get this to that. I beg you guys. I beg you.
No, I want to tell you, just the ID, they'll determine your status.
Just your
Just
ID.
the ID. They'll determine your status.
Finish.
Okay. So as you hear Conor Gray say, just the ID. If the people go over there and they show the ID, they
When
send
you
them.
want vote here, when you
Love
want vote, you
Conor
can
Gray.
vote with passport or the ID you can vote with.
This is a valid ID.
Well, let me answer you though. Those of you that have voted before, you tell us.
You got trouble.
I
Look at you.
guarantee if you answer that question, yeah, it will make the determination whether you are U.S. citizen or not.
You're supposed to do a citizenship. I'm
No,
a
we're not
proud
in the
US
other
citizen.
conversation.
What
I
you
said
talking
those of you that have voted, you let us know. We're not questioning.
You just
or
need a
arguing with
driver.
you.
You need a
You know,
valid driver's license.
sometimes you don't even need a driver's license. You have a voter registration card.
Finish.
In New Jersey,
Okay.
we have a voter registration
So
card.
again, thank you for helping us. Those of you guys that have voted before, y'all just let us know how you voted, and like you can see, you and Conor Gray have voted before. So let me play Russell video. There you have it.
Hi, I'm former Brooklyn Park City Council member Winfred Russell. I'm running for Minnesota House Seat District 38A. Mike Nelson, who currently holds that seat, is retiring, so I'm running to replace him. But I'm here to ask you for your vote and your support during the DFL Precinct Caucus. It will take place on Tuesday, February the 27th at Park Center High School. So I need your vote and your support as a delegate to get the DFL endorsement. So together we can continue to make Brooklyn Park and Osseo a thriving place for all of us to continue the work that Mike Nelson has been doing and the work I have been doing too on the Brooklyn Park City Council. So see you on Tuesday, February the 27th at the caucuses in Brooklyn Park. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. There you have it. So again, I want to say thanks to every one of you. Thank you very much for joining Spoon tonight. I'm done. I have done my closing. Again, I will ask the government. Okay. So I don't understand why. Let me call Russell because he's saying no. So let me call him. Let it be very clear. People are asking the question. Right, Russell, what should I bring tomorrow for this?
Nothing. You just. I mean, you can bring your driver's license with your address on it. They'll just want to verify your address that you're in the district. But I mean, you don't need anything. You don't need passport. You don't need green card. You don't need anything.
So you only need to come with your driver's license.
You can come with a driver's license. It's not going to hurt. But you just.
So what if I don't have a driver's license?
So if you don't have your driver's license, you just go and call your name and your address.
Exactly, and they will put it in a database, and then from the database will be able to will show you whether you live in the district or not. Okay. All they're trying to identify is that whether you live in the district or not.
Okay, thank you very much, my dear friend. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
All right. So there we have it. Tomorrow we'll keep an eye on that story, man. I want to say, listen, a couple of things running through my mind. We have this representative, Fambule. He's on the back of the China Union. We get a whole document, the letter he wrote to Funati Kofa. The document China Union is basing the claim on. They are taking a lot, but the Representative Fambule is in the stream. Well, we will discuss his letter tomorrow as well. I want to say thanks to everyone. On behalf of me, myself, and I, thank God that my wife have given me the chance to serve you in this regard. But I want to say we love you, we trust you, we respect you. Join us again tomorrow for the wonderful program. We disagree to agree on Spoon Talk. We attack each other, but that's the nature of Spoon Talk. You can never get it away from us. I said they would come here with Vlad did not take the land from him. They were trying to steal the people land, the sycamore tree, the people took everything. The building they put there, the people took it. The sycamore tree gone. And he said, Joe, we are coming by tomorrow. If Joe, we are coming, he going on that sycamore tree, we arrest him. To tell you the truth, let me say something to you guys. What Joe, we are did to these people, right? Joe, we are did it to me.
You come out small show, that is second show.
Don't worry about it. Leave that one for tomorrow.
Yeah, let me leave that one. Because the thing can have, it can have. But let God bless you, let God keep you. If you guys want to say anything, you go ahead. I'm done.
But I thought we're supposed to be closing though. We're not even
we're very close to my man. Picking sugar. You go ahead and go to break and close.
Well, okay, thank you. And so I will send you the number. Like I told our brother, I would really, really want to see him go up there. But
why can't have the brother? Why can't call the people tonight?
Thank you.
Yeah, no, Dr. Regis saying I like to be fair. And once you are a Liberian, for me personally, I will do everything to help you. Once to where you, but I'm only telling you that it is not a one cash thing. Now, I am not talking to figure-headed people. I'm talking to people with senses too. So I can try to, not you, not me, those people there. Politics is big. We lost election.
Yeah, was best last year. The 3 people lost. I said, Jago beg the people. We need the representation. You did that. CDC was best last year. 3 elections you lost in Minnesota. Your era, we know. You guys have to win this. Go help talk. And you love Liberia? Help Liberia.
So my understanding is he was one of the most vocal person in the Liberian community against President Weah. So one would try to understand that people may want to pay back. So it's been a lot. But let me
let's move on now, guys. I said, though, let's move on. I don't know why. I said, though, go ahead, do the closing. But I'm kind of confused. Before Maxwell left, he sent me a text message. He said, I should ask you, why are you inviting Fatima when she comes to Liberia? She will come to your house.
You must still talk about Yeah, but anyway, that is true, and it was a good show.
Yeah, I said, call the students, not calling tonight. Let's forget about last year. We in 2024.
Well, I say thank you, folks. Nelson, come on the show. We want to say thank you. We enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Plenty. Thank you, Dr. Richard. Thank you.
Let me give a small statement, man. Let me give
Go ahead,
the city of Brooklyn Park has been tremendously helpful to Liberia. I think they run a sister state with the city of Kakata, and they've been sending a lot of good stuff there. And that's the district Russell represents. So there where he resides also. But the more the merrier. I'm pretty sure if we are the state capital, we could get more. Our country needs help. And there's so many free things around here, but we just need somebody to coordinate those things. We're talking about equipment that is, second generation, third generation, highly good equipment that we don't even have first generation equipment, and those things can help, but you have to have that relationship politically for somebody to give you those goodwill. And I wanted to say in my closing that we all come here, we've given our state love for country, we've given our own services to country, but sometimes people throw the kitchen sink at us, and people accusing us of being perpetrator of Lutheran church. Some say none, and every day you hear it. But that's the kind of Liberia we come from. When people are angry, of course they will throw anything at you. Because I went to school, I went to 2 military school. I hate to bring the army business, but I went to Oslo to do peace study, and that is to respect people in the conduct of war. I went also to Helsinki. That is also a good school. If our brother was here, Maxwell would tell you some of those school of diplomacy, how to handle people in wartime. Nuns, man. I'm a Catholic. At least I was expecting Isaac Doe to find something, but he was jammed, so it would say anything.
Well, I'm a Catholic too. I'm a
The
Catholic.
report shows that John Bambo was they have even the Lucha massacre. They just put it. Gonna go now hurt anybody. I'm not a fly. Even a fly will not hurt. But that's the kind of country where people are so passionate about politics. But let's be careful how we throw kitchen thing. My sister called me yesterday. Said, "But Ram, is it true you massacre the?" I mean, look at the kind of heavy allegation, man. The nuns were they combatant? Were they fighting? No.
Conor we know you, man. You're a decent family, man.
Oh, come on, man.
But
These things, yeah, we want to say thanks to everybody.
You come here with
I know you want to call me tonight. Give me 30 minutes. Let me eat before you call. I beg you. Just don't call me after the show. I beg you, Asido.
Gonna get it. What do you calling me? But actually, if it's level.
No, I believe you. I want that Isaac. I believe you.
Nobody will go at each other.
No.
If it level with me,
That man is a friendly man. The man will call you. That one is true. That one that no joke.
Always calling me. He likes to talk to me more than anybody on the planet.
No, there's a reason why I said don't call it. I said don't beg him for something. That's why he called it. Yo, bye. You have a good day, man.
Hey, Nelson. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
They got that. Hey, Nelson. Good night. Bye, man. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Who you got tonight, Nelson?
Well, tonight we discuss some training issues. Let's see.
Okay. I think you want to talk to Representative Fumbler for a few minutes if he's awake, because it is important that we're hearing up on the channel union issue. He sent a document. I think I'll share it with you. You guys can go through the document and then we'll find time to bring it on. But that was a wonderful show today. We are grateful. We are blessed as always to be spawned. Thank you very much, Nelson Kolai, and have a good night. So we'll meet again. May God bless you. May God bless me. May God bless our followers and all the panelists. Till we meet again, may the face of the Lord shine upon us all.
Amen.
His forgiveness and grace. Through it all, we learn to trust in Jesus. We pray for the leadership of Liberia, President Boakai, the Vice President, the Pro Tem, the rest of the lawmakers, the folks in the judiciary branch, and everyone. We pray that God can give them true wisdom, that they can lead our country. Liberia deserves better. And I speak to all folks, Liberians living in Minnesota, please give Russell the chance. Give him the chance, gold and caucus for him tomorrow. If you love our network as Liberian, give him the chance. If you agree today in April, he will be representing the interests of Liberia. Try him. We beg you before and we are begging you again. For me, I do not hold anything personal. I say my own I go. I think Winfred Russell is a nice gentleman. He's our cry. He will represent Liberians. He know the issue. He know what Liberian needs and what Liberians need. He will fight for your interests. He will fight for your children's school. He will fight for your immigration status. He will fight for your small businesses. As you try to develop, he will fight for that small business loan. He got connections. Only a Liberian can do it for a Liberian. Trust me. The people don't know us like we know ourselves. They've already done. They don't know how far we have come with suffering. He will bring the connection to Liberia about fire trucks. He will bring the connection to Liberia about electricity, greenhouse. He will bring the connection to Liberia about safe drinking water. He will try to connect Liberia with Brooklyn Park or the entire Minnesota. I trust he will. Give him a chance. Go and support him tomorrow. Too much complain have set our country backward because you are not part of my party, because you didn't vote for my president, because you say this thing, and we forget to take our eyes off the bigger picture. Give one for us the chance. Go and support him tomorrow. And when you do, we'll open the phone line very early. Everybody from Minnesota must just call. Are you in? Did you support him? We'll ask you the question. We need to be represented here in Liberia. It will start from the state level up to Congress. We need to. Make no mistake. How long shall we sit and wait and allow other folks to come and enjoy and push for the country and push for the people? How long? Don't you think that they have their own problem back home? They're fighting their own political war back home? I mean, how long, folks? Try him. Try him. Yeah, he's this. Just try him. You got no Liberian in the race, except you want to say that, then the other people take it. If you try him and he's not performing, we can remove him. But at least try him. At least try him. That's the reason whenever he called for my help in my weak ways, I pray and I try him. Please. Let God bless you as you get ready tomorrow to go and support him. Everyone, all our friends, all our Spoon Talk supporters, all the old men, everybody, go and support him and let us know. Thank you, my dear fellow Liberians in Minnesota. I know you will. I know you will. I know you will. So until we meet and talk again, let God bless every one of you. I know it's kind of cold or so, but put on your jacket and go out there. Do it quick. It's fast, fast, fast. All right. Thank you very much, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Talk about this issue tonight also because folks listen to you on the late night politics. You should talk about it. The videos are up. If you want Russell number, I will give you his number. Likewise, you can call him again to show himself.
Yeah.
Let me send it to you. I will send your number to him that he can come on your show tonight. Likewise. All right.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. And folks out there, we appreciate you again for being here on the program Spoon Talk. As you know, this is Liberia's biggest platform, and this is where we give you authentic information. Thanks to all of you across the world who have always been a part of this journey. Spoon Talk, as you know, has absolutely no borders. Regardless of where you are, you're here in Liberia, across the 15 counties, across Africa, across the 7 continents. You can always listen to Spoon Talk. You can always watch the program. You can always follow. And that's why this program is here, making sure that we never disappoint you, giving you all the information, the unfoldings every single day. So thanks to our audience on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate all of you who have been following there. Thanks to you on Facebook, whether you've been following on Spoon TV, on Fabric TV, on Super TV, we appreciate you a whole lot. Thanks to the folks as well in Radio Land. As you know, Spoon Talk is live every night across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric FM 101.1, and Super FM 95.5. But not just that, this program is also being relayed on several radio stations across Liberia. We want to say thanks to our partner radio stations. Gibi FM 90.9 in Kakata, Magibi County, Trend Radio 104.7 in Grand Crew County, thanks to Premium FM in Bon County, thanks to Trust FM in Bombing County, and thanks to Punch FM that sometimes relays the program as well. We appreciate all of you. Thanks to the other radio stations who most times relay the programs without even telling us. Sometimes we just get to know when people reach out and tell us, oh, I've been following via these radio stations. And we will appreciate if you were to reach out and let us know when you relay the program as well. But we appreciate all of you Thanks for being a part of this joining. And our ardent followers, we appreciate you as well. We'll be here tomorrow with another edition of Spoon Talk. Please make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night. Coming up shortly is the late night show. The late night politics on Spoon is coming up. You can make up time to join us as well. My name is Nelson Collet. Have a good night. And bye-bye for now. Let's hope you can join us on the late night show.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.